What if the monsters and wonders of ancient myths were not mere figments of imagination, but echoes of a reality teetering on the brink of oblivion? In the shadowy recesses of our collective memory, whispers of long-forgotten beasts claw at the edges of history, begging for attention. Each tale, once dismissed as fanciful storytelling, carries a weight that threatens to shatter our understanding of the world. The air crackles with uncertainty, as if the very fabric of time is fraying at the seams, ready to expose the truths lurking just beneath the surface. Consider the fierce roar of dragons that once ignited the hearts of kings and warriors. Were they simply metaphors for chaos? Or did they once soar through the skies, their scales glistening like molten gold? Imagine the blinding flash of a griffin's wings, a creature born from the untamed essence of land and sky, ruling the realms of both with fierce majesty. What if their reigns were not just the stuff of legends, but an undeniable testament to a world where the extraordinary walked alongside the mundane? As the sun sets and darkness descends, the chill of possibility creeps in, twisting shadows into shapes we dare not confront. Centaurs, half man, half horse, gallop through the valleys of ancient Greece, their laughter echoing off the cliffs, or so the stories say. Yet, what if they were once guardians of sacred knowledge, their wisdom lost to time? Each hoofbeat reverberates through the ages, a reminder that history's truth is often buried beneath layers of myth and fear. The whispers grow louder, beckoning us toward otherworldly beings like the siren, whose haunting song could lure even the most steadfast sailors to their doom. Were their voices truly gifts from the sea, or curses born from the depths of human longing? Tension coils in the atmosphere, heavy with the scent of salt and mystery. The sea, vast and tumultuous, becomes a living entity, holding the secrets of the lost civilizations and the remnants of creatures that once roamed its depths. And as the tales twist and intertwine, the enigmatic figure of the Minotaur lurks in the shadows. A beast with the body of a man and the head of a bull, he symbolizes the primal struggles that still echo in our dreams. Was he a guardian of a labyrinth, or a reflection of our darkest fears? The walls of time close in, ready to trap those who dare to venture too close to the heart of these myths. Each heartbeat quickens, each breath sharpens as the boundaries between fantasy and reality blur. What truths lie waiting, cloaked in the remnants of ancient stories? The anticipation thickens with every flicker of thought, every rush of adrenaline. The night is alive, and with it comes the promise that the line between what was once real and what we believe now is about to fracture, revealing wonders and horrors that are all too real. Are you prepared to confront the remnants of a world where myth breathed the same air as mankind? In the dim light of a flickering campfire, shadows danced across the faces of a small group huddled together, their eyes wide with wonder and fear. The air was thick with anticipation as the storytellers spoke, weaving tales of creatures that roamed the earth long before time had a name. From the depths of the ocean to the highest mountains, every corner of the world was alive with beings that defied imagination. Dragons, griffins, mermaids. But where did these mythical creatures come from? What whispers of history gave birth to their existence in the minds of ancient people? It is said that every legend has a seed of truth, a fragment that ignites the imagination and grows into something magnificent and terrifying. Long ago, in the shadowy corners of civilizations, humans faced the unknown, darkness, wild animals, and the vast, uncharted world. They sought answers and comfort in the stories they told. These tales were not mere entertainment. They were lifelines. As they gazed into the abyss of night, it was not just the stars that captured their gaze, but the belief that something greater lurked just beyond their reach. The Egyptians, for instance, painted their gods adorned with the heads of animals, each representing a facet of life. The mighty goddess Sekhmet, with her lioness head, embodied the fierce and protective nature sought by the people. Meanwhile, the graceful ibis-headed Thoth was the keeper of wisdom and knowledge. The blend of human and animal was not random. It echoed a deep-seated understanding of the world where every creature, real or imagined, played a role in the cosmic drama of life and death. These myths served to explain the inexplicable, natural disasters, the change of seasons, and the cycle of life. As the night deepened, the fire crackled, casting a warm glow on the listeners who leaned in closer, captivated. They wanted to hear about the fierce griffins that guarded treasures in hidden caves, their wings outstretched like shields against intruders. In ancient Persia, these creatures were seen as protectors, embodiments of strength and vigilance, but even the mightiest of beasts had roots in the ordinary. Perhaps the griffin was born from humans' fear of eagles swooping down to snatch their livestock, or the lions that prowled the plains, majestic yet terrifying. Across the globe in China, the dragon was revered, an emblem of power and auspiciousness. It soared through the sky, breathing fire and commanding respect from all who dared to cross its path. Yet the truth behind this formidable creature lies in the memories of ancient people who faced giant reptiles that once roamed the earth. Their bones, unearthed and misunderstood, whispered tales of giants long gone, sparking the flame of imagination that birthed the dragon's mythical legacy. The storyteller paused, allowing the weight of the tales to settle in the hearts of the listeners. They felt a shiver run down their spines as they recalled the stories of the sea, where mermaids sang haunting melodies that could lure sailors to their doom. These enchanting beings were likely born from the loneliness of sailors, lost at sea and longing for companionship. The ocean, vast and mysterious, became a breeding ground for tales of half-women, half-fish, captivating the imagination and echoing the fears of the deep. As the night wore on, the fire dwindled to embers, flickering like the fading memories of those who once believed in these creatures. The storyteller's voice grew softer, yet more intense, recounting how cultures around the world embraced these beings, each creating their own unique versions. The thunderous roars of the Minotaur in Greek mythology echoed through the labyrinths of human psyche, reflecting the struggles between man and beast, civilization and chaos. What was the Minotaur, if not a reflection of humanity's darkest fears? A creature born from the union of a bull and a woman, trapped in a maze of their own making. Ancient texts from various cultures reveal the ways myth drew upon the fears, aspirations, and experiences of people. The ancient Mesopotamians told of the Apkallu, wise beings who descended from the heavens, guiding civilization toward enlightenment. They were guardians of knowledge, reminding the people of their connection to the divine. In their stories, the Apkallu took on forms that mirrored the animals of the land, reinforcing the belief that all creatures shared a bond, a connection that transcended the physical. And then there were the Japanese tales of the Kitsune, fox spirits that could shapeshift, embodying both beauty and cunning. They were revered and feared, representing the duality of nature, the balance between good and evil. In a world where survival hinged on quick wits and sharp instincts, the Kitsune became a metaphor for the unpredictable, a reminder that appearances could often deceive. As the final embers of the fire glowed dimly, the listeners could feel the weight of history pressing upon them. They were not just stories. They were echoes of ancient fears, dreams, and the very essence of what it meant to be human. The tales of mythical creatures served as a mirror, reflecting the struggles, triumphs, and mysteries of existence. The storyteller's voice faded into the night, leaving behind a lingering sense of wonder and a question that hung in the air. What other mysteries lay hidden in the folds of history? Outside the circle of light, the darkness beckoned, filled with the possibility of creatures yet to be revealed. As they looked into the shadows, the audience couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere, just out of sight, the mythical was alive, waiting to be rediscovered. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows over the ancient stones of a forgotten temple. Here, Amid crumbling walls adorned with faded carvings, the air hummed with whispers of a time long past. The griffin, a creature born of both myth and artistry, stood at the center of this world, a magnificent fusion of lion and eagle, embodying strength and wisdom, fear and reverence. In the beginning, there was a tale. It danced through the ages, from the bustling markets of ancient Persia to the regal halls of Egypt, where pharaohs commissioned golden statues that caught the glint of the sun. The griffin, with its powerful wings and fierce gaze, ignited the imagination of all who beheld it. It was not merely a creature. It was a symbol, a guardian of treasures untold, a bridge between the earthly and the divine. On the plains of Anatolia, where the winds carried secrets across the horizon, people spoke in hushed tones about the griffin's watchful eye. It was said that to see one was to witness a divine sign, a harbinger of fate. In the vivid tapestries of the Hittites, the griffin prowled beside kings, a protector against the encroaching darkness of their enemies. Its claws clawed through the fabric of reality, reminding all that courage, like the sun, could rise and always shine through clouds of despair. Then there were the artworks, exquisite and unyielding, that captured the essence of this mythical beast. Ancient potters painted it onto ceramic vessels, their hands steady as they transferred life onto clay. The swirling depictions told stories of courage and aspiration, of a world where the fusion of species symbolized the power of unity and diversity. The griffin was not simply an animal. It was a declaration that one could be more than themselves, that in this life, greatness could be achieved against all odds. In the deserts of Egypt, sculptors carved glyphs to adorn temple entrances, gnarled stone becoming flesh under their skilled hands. These glyphs stood guard, their fierce eyes forever trained on those who dared to enter. They were believed to carry the souls of the brave into the afterlife, a majestic escort to the land of the gods. A single glance at a carved griffin could ignite a flame of hope in the hearts of the weary, a reminder that even the most ordinary of souls could soar to extraordinary heights. As tales of the griffin spread, whispers of its duality wove through cultures like a rich tapestry. The lion, king of beasts, represented the raw power of nature, the primal instinct that surged through the veins of every living thing. The eagle, emperor of the skies, soared high above the realm of men, its keen sight able to pierce the veils of the future. Together, they painted a portrait of balance, the earth below, the heavens above, and an unwavering strength that united the two. In moments of quiet reflection, one could almost hear the echoes of ancient chants reverberating through the ages, invoking the griffin's spirit. Priests and priestesses stood beneath starlit skies, offering their prayers to this magnificent creature, asking for its protection against the storms of life. It was not just a symbol of strength. It was a promise that even in the darkest moments, hope would unfurl its wings and soar, just like the griffin. But the griffin was not without its shadows. Fear and awe coexisted in the hearts of mortals. As much as it was a guardian, it was also a fierce adversary, known to strike down those who dared to defile sacred lands. In myth, warriors spoke of encounters that left them trembling, their hearts racing as they faced the creature's wrath. The stories echoed through taverns and marketplaces, each telling more vivid than the last, as the griffin transformed from a protector into a formidable force, a reflection of the dual nature residing within all beings. As the sun sank lower, the shadows danced among the ruins. A fierce wind howled through the cracks, carrying with it the weight of history. Artists and poets, inspired by the griffin's majestic form, etched its likeness into the hearts of people everywhere. They created stories of love and loss, of triumph and tragedy, each word a brushstroke on the canvas of humanity's shared experience. The griffin became a muse, a symbol of the struggles that defined existence, persistence in the face of adversity, love that soared like the eagle, and strength that rumbled like the lion's roar. Through wars and peace, through glory and ruin, The griffin remained a steadfast presence, a testament to the enduring nature of belief and creativity. It reminded those who gazed upon its form that they were part of something greater, a magnificent tapestry woven with threads of courage, love, and fear. Cultures rose and fell, but the griffin's image soared above all, a guardian of the collective human spirit. And as night fell, a blanket of stars cloaked the world, the ancient stories still resonant in the minds of those who dared to dream. The griffin, a symbol of what was once and what could still be, lingered like a guardian spirit, its fierce gaze watching over the lives of all who sought its wisdom. The echoes of its wings beat softly in the silence, a reminder that every heart, every soul, could learn to embrace their own inner strength and rise above the ordinary. In this magical thread of history, the griffin's tale was far from over. The story continued to interweave with the lives of those who believed. As the light of the moon shone brightly, illuminating the ancient stones where the griffin once roamed, the promise of a new dawn whispered through the night, hinting at adventures yet to unfold, legends that would ripple through time, and the powerful spirit that would never fade. In the stillness of an ancient forest, where the sunlight trickled through the leaves, a soft gleam caught the eye of a wandering traveler. It shimmered like a fallen star, resting in the underbrush. As the traveler drew closer, the shape emerged from the shadows. A magnificent horse, but not just any horse. This was a creature of legend, a unicorn, with a spiraled horn that glowed faintly as if the very essence of magic pulsed through it. The air hung thick with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and a feeling of wonder wrapped around the traveler like a warm blanket. Unicorns have always danced at the edges of reality, weaving through the tapestry of human history. In ancient times, mentions of these ethereal creatures appeared in texts from Mesopotamia to Greece. They were not mere myths, but symbols of purity and grace, believed to possess healing powers that could cleanse the soul and body alike. The Greek historian Kitsune spoke of a one-horned beast in the Indus Valley, a creature so elusive that it seemed to slip between the cracks of reality. Was it a horse, a symbol of untamed beauty, or a reflection of the deepest yearnings of the human spirit? There were stories of unicorns wandering in the shadows of the great temples of Egypt, where priests whispered prayers for their sighting, hoping to capture even a glimpse of their otherworldly gifts. Pharaohs would have given anything to possess the horn, which was believed to be a cure for poison, a talisman of immense power, but these creatures were never meant to be tamed or owned. They existed in a world where magic breathed alongside reality, tantalizingly close yet always just out of reach. The traveler, heart pounding and breath quickening, felt a magnetic pull toward this unicorn. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom and sorrow, reflecting the ages it had witnessed. Time itself seemed to waver around it, as if the past and present collided. Legends spoke of unicorns appearing during moments of great need, a silent guardian responding to the cries of the heart. This creature, with its shimmering coat and majestic horn, seemed to embody that legacy. As the traveler extended a hand, a sudden rustle echoed through the trees. A figure emerged, cloaked in shadows. It was a hunter, eyes gleaming with greed, the glint of a knife flashing as he approached with purpose. The air thickened with tension, a palpable fear that wrapped around the traveler's heart like a vice. In that heartbeat, time fractured. Would the hunter's blade pierce the veil of this wondrous world? Would the unicorn be reduced to a mere trophy, its spirit extinguished like a candle in the dark? The unicorn turned its gaze upon the hunter, a look of deep knowing in its eyes. It was a challenge, a silent warning that spoke of ancient powers and the delicate balance of life. The forest held its breath, the leaves whispering secrets of old as the hunter paused, caught in the grip of something far greater than himself. The unicorn stood tall, undeterred, as if it understood the very nature of humanity's flaws and desires. This moment pulsed with urgency. What would happen next? Would fear win, or would courage rise to meet the challenge? The traveler felt the weight of 1,000 stories, of battles fought and lost, of love and sacrifice hanging in the air like the last notes of a haunting melody. Would the hunter turn away, or would he plunge deeper into darkness, blinded by his ambition? In a flash, the unicorn sprang into action, its movements fluid and graceful. The earth beneath its hooves shivered and sang, a symphony of magic echoing through the woods. It charged forward, a brilliant streak of light against the dim backdrop of the forest. In that singular moment, the boundaries of the ordinary world seemed to dissolve, revealing a realm where everything was possible, where dreams could be woven into reality. The hunter stumbled back, his senses overwhelmed. He had expected to capture a mere horse, but what stood before him was a force of nature. The unicorn's horn gleamed brightly, casting a glow that illuminated the darkness surrounding them. It was a light that sought to cleanse, to heal, and to protect. The traveler, now frozen in awe, felt their hearts swell with an indescribable emotion, a blending of fear and exhilaration. As the unicorn galloped past, the wind carried with it the whisper of ancient promises, of lost connections with the divine. The hunter fell to his knees, the weight of his greed crashing down upon him like a tidal wave. In that moment, he glimpsed something profound, the fleeting beauty of life, the cost of ambition, and the fragile thread that binds all beings together. With a final, defiant kick of its powerful legs, the unicorn disappeared into the mist, leaving behind a lingering glow that illuminated the forest. The traveler remained rooted in place, breathless, lost in the echoes of what had just transpired. The sights, the sounds, the emotions, they all melded into a tapestry that would forever change their understanding of reality. But the stories were far from over. As the forest darkened around them, the traveler felt a stirring in the air, a promise lingering just beyond the edge of awareness. The shadows deepened, and the trees seemed to lean in closer, eager to share more secrets. Could it be that this was only the beginning? What awaited them next in this enchanted world where the past intertwined with the present, where legends walked among the living? The night sky twinkled above, stars glinting like the eyes of 1,000 unseen witnesses, hinting at more adventures yet to unfold. Excitement coursed through the travelers' veins as they turned back towards the path, a newfound resolve igniting within. The unicorn had shown them a glimpse of something extraordinary, and the echoes of its magic would forever resonate in their heart. Stepping deeper into the unknown, the traveler felt the pulse of the earth beneath their feet, a rhythm intertwined with the very essence of life. Each step was a promise, a declaration that the journey, this magical, emotional journey, was far from over. The story continued, beckoning with the possibility of what lay ahead, each moment a thread in the grand tapestry of existence. In the shadow of ancient mountains, where the air crackled with the whispers of history, a lone fossil lay buried in stone, a remnant of a creature so magnificent that it could only be rivaled by the wildest of nightmares. This was no ordinary beast. This was a dragon, a creature that had roamed the earth in a time when the skies were ruled by fire and fury. Its very bones told a story of might, of wings that could block out the sun and breaths that could ignite flames. As paleontologists carefully brushed away layers of dirt, their hearts raced with the thrill of a discovery whispered through time. Each scrape of the brush revealed not just a skeleton, but a tale of survival, of a world where dragons soared above the treetops. The sun glinted off the fossilized scales, shimmering like jewels, stirring the imagination of those who dared to dream. What did it feel like to fly on those powerful wings? What was it like to be feared and revered in equal measure? Around campfires, people told stories of these magnificent beasts, their voices filled with awe. The tales echoed through ages, each storyteller adding layers of their own wonder and fear. In cultures across the globe, dragons emerged as symbols of power, guardians of treasures, and enemies to be vanquished. from the fiery breath of the European dragon, which could turn nights to ash, to the wise and benevolent dragons of the East, who brought rain and prosperity. The myth of the dragon took root in the hearts of people everywhere. In ancient China, dragons were revered as emblematic of strength and good fortune. Statues and paintings adorned temples, shimmering with gold and vibrant colors. Emperors once claimed descent from these mighty beings, believing they were the bridge between the heavens and the earth. The Great Dragon Dance, a mesmerizing performance where dancers mimicked the fluid, graceful movements of their legendary ancestors, became a staple of festivals, igniting excitement in the hearts of children and adults alike. On the other side of the world, in the rugged landscapes of medieval Europe, townsfolk trembled at the mere mention of a dragon sighting. Villagers would huddle together, their eyes wide with fear, recounting tales of knights who fought bravely against these fire-breathing foes. The legendary Saint George, a figure shrouded in glory, became a symbol of courage as he faced the dragon, embodying the struggle between light and darkness, good and evil. The clash between man and dragon was not just a battle of brawn. It was a reflection of humanity's deepest fears and aspirations. And yet, beneath the weight of these tales lay another truth. The dragons that inspired such terror were often misunderstood creatures. Perhaps mere shadows of real beasts that roamed the earth. The discovery of fossils told a different story, one that hinted at their possible existence. Gigantic reptiles like the pterosaur, with their impressive wingspans and fierce features, could have easily ignited the imaginations of those who glimpsed them. As paleontologists pieced together bones, the line between reality and myth began to blur, and a fire ignited in the minds of people. What if these dragons were not just stories, but echoes of a time when they truly existed? The archaeological findings stirred the imagination of the public. Scholars pored over ancient manuscripts, comparing drawings and descriptions of dragons to the fossil remains unearthed in distant lands. One could almost hear the rustle of parchment as scholars debated whether these dragons were simply exaggerated tales of large reptiles or genuine memories of ancient beasts. Legends told of how dragons hoarded gold, guarding it fiercely, and some believed that these stories emerged from the glimmer of actual treasures hidden in caves, protected by the very bones of the beasts of old. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the land, children gathered around bonfires, their faces illuminated by flickering flames. The air was filled with tension and excitement as stories of dragons were told. Eyes sparkled with wonder, and hearts raced with the thrill of adventure as they imagined soaring through the skies on the backs of these magnificent beings. For them, dragons were not just a remnant of the past. They were vibrant, living entities that danced through their dreams and whispered secrets in their ears. In the age of technology, the fascination with these mythical creatures has not waned. Movies and books brought dragons back to life in vibrant colors, making them more accessible and thrilling than ever. Yet, the historical roots of these fascinating beings remind us of a time before the Age of Reason, when fear and magic walked hand in hand. The bones of the ancient dragon lie not just in the ground. They exist in the very fabric of our collective imagination. They connect the past with the present, a thread that binds us to the stories of old. In every culture, every corner of the earth, the legacy of dragons lives on, igniting a spark of wonder in every generation. As children grow up, they carry with them the whispers of those ancient tales, passing them from one to another, ensuring that the spirit of the dragon never truly fades. In the distance, a storm began to brew. The skies darkened and the wind howled through the trees, reminiscent of the sprawling wings of a creature long gone. The tension in the air was palpable, as if the very world was holding its breath, waiting for something extraordinary to happen. It was in this moment that the boundary between the past and the present seemed to dissolve, leaving the door wide open for the next chapter of dragon lore to unfold, where the lines of reality and myth would dance together once more. In the flickering light of ancient torches, shadows danced across the cool stone walls of a labyrinth, twisting and turning like the thoughts in the minds of those who dared enter. The air was thick with tension, and an unmistakable sense of dread loomed, heavy as the fog that rolled over the hills of Crete. Somewhere in the belly of this maze, the heart of darkness pulsed, a creature half man, half bull, waiting for the next unwitting soul to wander too close. The Minotaur, born from twisted desires and tragic fate, was more than just a monster. He was a symbol of a civilization's deepest fears and desires. As whispers of the beast echoed through time, they carried with them the weight of the Minoan civilization, a society that flourished around 2000 BCE. Known for their advanced architecture and vibrant frescoes, the Minoans created a world that balanced beauty with brutality. Their palaces, intricately designed and sprawling, were not merely homes but bustling centers of trade and culture. Each corridor exuded life, the walls painted with scenes of bull-leaping and rituals, portraying not only their reverence for the majestic creature, but hinting at something darker lurking beneath the surface. The bull, revered and feared, became a symbol of power and fertility. In Minoan culture, it represented both the strength of nature and the potential for chaos. Festivals celebrated the bull's dominance, with young men and women daringly leaping over the beasts, a thrilling dance of life and death. Yet, as the joyous cries filled the air, a shadow loomed, echoing the darker purpose that lay behind such displays of bravery. The Minotaur was no mere fable. It was a terrifying reality that emerged from the heart of this society, a creature born of a cursed union. King Minos of Crete, whose name echoed with authority, was a man whose ambition led him down treacherous paths. His wife, Pasiphae, became a victim of a cruel trick, a punishment from the gods. In a fit of vengeance, she was cursed to fall in love with a magnificent bull, crafted by the hands of Daedalus, the brilliant inventor. The birth of the Minotaur was the culmination of that twisted desire, an abomination trapped in a body neither human nor beast. This tragic story did not just end with the creature's birth, it lingered, casting a long shadow over the palace of Knossos. To contain this monster, Minos commissioned Daedalus once more. The master craftsman, known for his ingenuity, constructed a labyrinth so intricate that no one could find a way out. The very walls whispered secrets, the paths twisted endlessly, ensnaring those who dared to enter. It was a terrifying masterpiece, a reflection of the chaos that the Minotaur embodied. Each stone was a testament to the fragility of human ambition, standing firm against the might of fate's cruel hand. As the legend grew, so did the tales of sacrifice. Young men and women from Athens were sent as tributes, fed to the beast to appease the wrath of Minos. Their screams echoed through the labyrinth, a haunting tune that resonated with the fear of their loved ones left behind. These tributes did not die in vain. They became symbols of bravery, of defiance against the dark fate that awaited them. It was amidst this despair that one hero emerged, his heart burning with the desire to free his people from the chains of fear, the legendary Theseus. With courage that surpassed the confines of mere mortals, Theseus stepped into the labyrinth, armed only with a sword and the hope of his people. The weight of their lives pressed down on him as he navigated the twists and turns, each corner cloaked in suspense. Would he find the Minotaur? Would he conquer the beast, or would he too become another victim, lost to the echoes of despair? As he ventured deeper, his mind raced, fueled by the tales of the creature's ferocity and the blood of sacrificial offerings that stained the ground. When the moment of truth arrived, it was a clash of titans, man against monster, each embodying the fears and hopes of their time. The Minotaur, a tragic figure trapped by his lineage, was not merely a monster, he was the manifestation of humanity's darkest instincts. The struggle was fierce, and the air crackled with the energy of life and death. As Theseus fought, every blow reverberated through the labyrinth, shaking its very foundation, sending ripples of history through the ages. And then, silence fell. The beast lay defeated, an end to a terror that had haunted the Minoan heart for generations. But as Theseus emerged victorious, the weight of his triumph felt heavy. With the Minotaur's death came the realization that the true monster lived not in the labyrinth but within the hearts of men, fueled by jealousy, pride, and the thirst for power. The labyrinth, once a prison, morphed into a symbol of the struggles faced by a civilization that had reached great heights yet could not escape the shadows of their own making. The threads of history wove tightly, connecting the courage of a hero with the tragedy of a monster. As Theseus returned to the light, the labyrinth didn't just fade into memory. It became a haunting reminder of the complex nature of humanity. The Minotaur, with his tragic story, would live on in the hearts of those who dared to listen, an echoing testament to the Minoan civilization's duality, beauty and brutality, love and hate, life and death. The whispers of the past continued to swirl in the air, intertwining with the present and beckoning to a future yet unwritten. The labyrinth stood resolute, its secrets hidden within the stone, waiting for another brave soul to uncover the threads of fate that bound them all. The Minotaur remained a lingering presence, a reminder that in every heart lies the potential for both greatness and monstrosity, forever echoing the story of a civilization that dared to dream, yet struggled to escape its own shadows. The sun hung low in the sky, casting shimmering reflections on the surface of the ocean, resembling a blanket of jewels. As the waves danced rhythmically, a haunting melody rose from the depths, weaving through the salty air like a gentle whisper. This was not just the wind or the echoes of the sea. It was a siren's song, a call that resonated through time, pulling at the hearts of sailors and dreamers alike. For centuries, humans have been captivated by the stories of mermaids and sirens, enchanting beings whose voices could lure men to their doom. But beneath these myths lay a truth rooted in the extraordinary world of marine life, where vocalization held the power to connect, communicate, and captivate. In ancient Greece, Homer spoke of the sirens, whose songs lured Odysseus and his crew toward peril. The sailors, entranced by the beauty of their voices, faced the treacherous rocks that spelled doom for many. But these mythological figures were not mere figments of imagination. They were inspired by real creatures, the dolphins, whales, and fish that inhabit the oceans and possess their own mesmerizing calls. The early Greeks might not have understood the biology behind the whales' songs, yet the allure of their vocalization sparked imaginations and ignited seafaring tales that endure to this day. Beneath the surface, the ocean was alive with sounds that varied from the gentle clicks of dolphins to the melodic calls of humpback whales. Each creature had a voice, a unique sound that served a purpose in the vast aquatic wilderness. Humpback whales, for instance, sang long, complex songs that could travel miles, echoing through the deep blue, often at night when silence draped the sea like a soft blanket. These songs, research showed, were not mere expressions. They were a form of communication, a way to attract mates, claim territory, or even warn others of danger. The songs could last for hours, like the tales of old, weaving together narratives of love and survival in the darkest corners of the ocean. The vibrant sounds of the sea painted a picture of harmony, but there were moments when tension surfaced. The stark contrast between the beauty of the songs and the harsh reality of marine life often left listeners with a bittersweet ache. A pod of orcas could be heard calling to one another, their voices sharp and urgent as they strategized their next hunt, a reminder of the primal instincts that governed their existence. The thrill of the chase was exhilarating, yet it served as a reminder that beauty often comes with a price. The sounds of the ocean were not only melodies of joy, they were the echoes of life and death, survival and sacrifice. In the silence that followed a song, one could almost hear the heartbeats of the ocean's inhabitants, a rhythmic pulse that resonated through every wave. The quietude was deceptive, luring one into a sense of calmness before the waves would crash again, bringing forth the next drama of the marine world. In the depths, the mysterious and often misunderstood creatures, like the elusive blue whale, sang their own songs of solitude. The largest creature on the planet, the blue whale's calls could reach frequencies that humans could barely detect. Within their haunting, low-frequency moans lay stories of their ancient lineage, echoing across centuries, calling to each other, perhaps asking, "Where are you?" As night fell, the ocean transformed into an orchestra of sounds. Fish communicated with each other through clicks and pops, while sea turtles made soft, guttural noises that echoed through the water, seeking companionship. Each sound was a reminder that the ocean was not a barren wasteland. It was a bustling metropolis of life, filled with voices yearning to be heard, to be understood. The sheer diversity of vocalizations painted a rich tapestry of emotion, a testament to the interconnectedness of all marine life. Yet, as enchanting as these sounds were, there was an underlying tension. The relentless march of human activity, the clamor of boats, the hum of engines, the constant pounding of waves against man-made structures, threatened to drown out the songs of the ocean. The soundscape of the sea was changing as the delicate balance between nature and human influence hung by a thread. Dolphins, once known for their playful chirps, began to alter their calls, adapting to the noise pollution that surrounded them. The sirens of modernity, with their calls that once echoed through the ages, found themselves struggling to be heard over the cacophony of civilization. Amidst the chaos, the stories of the ocean began to fade, like whispers in the wind. The soft lullabies of the sea were at risk of being silenced, leaving a void that echoed with loss. Marine biologists began to document the changes, collecting data that revealed a troubling truth. As human presence grew louder, the songs of the sea grew softer. The haunting melodies of whales and the joyful clicks of dolphins became faint echoes, reminders of a time when the ocean spoke freely. And yet, amid the turmoil, there were glimmers of hope. Conservation efforts emerged, aiming to bring attention to the importance of maintaining the ocean's soundscape. Projects sought to reduce noise pollution, allowing the rich tapestry of marine vocalizations to resurface. The sirens of the sea, once again, began to reclaim their voices. Researchers recorded the songs, cataloging the symphonies of the deep, ensuring that these enchanting sounds would remain part of our collective memory. The siren's call had not been silenced entirely. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting hues of orange and purple across the water, a single whale broke the surface, exhaling a mighty spout of mist that shimmered in the fading light. In that moment, the ocean sang again, a reminder that beneath its surface lie stories waiting to be told, voices yearning to be heard. The allure of the sirens, the magic of marine vocalization, remained a powerful force, a force that echoed through time, transcending generations, forever entwined with the essence of humanity's connection to the sea. Amidst the crackling embers of a dying fire, a flame flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced across the walls. In that moment, the legend of the phoenix stirred to life, igniting the imagination with tales of rebirth and resilience. Although its existence was long shrouded in myth, the fascination with this magnificent creature transcended time and geography. Tales of firebirds soared through the ages, from ancient civilizations to modern interpretations, each embodying the captivating duality of destruction and renewal. In ancient Egypt, the sun god Ra was said to take the form of a majestic bird who soared through the heavens, radiating warmth and life. It was in these golden sands that the first whispers of the phoenix surfaced, the creature linked to the cycles of the sun and the endless dance of a life and death. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the fading light painted the sky in hues of orange and red, reminiscent of the flames that would soon engulf the phoenix in its fiery rebirth. The people watched with bated breath as day surrendered to night, a ritualistic reminder that from every end comes a new beginning. Traveling across the Mediterranean, the myth of the phoenix grew richer. In Greece, it was said that this bird was adorned with crimson and gold feathers that glimmered like flames. The great historian Herodotus spoke of its nesting rituals in the Temple of the Sun at Heliopolis, where it would build a pyre of aromatic wood, setting itself ablaze to rise anew from the ashes. The very act of its immolation symbolized an eternal cycle, resonating deep within human hearts as they pondered their own mortality and the hope of renewal. As the flames danced, the air thickened with tension, the anticipation palpable. What would emerge from the charred remnants? A creature reborn, a promise for tomorrow. Meanwhile, in far-off India, the phoenix took the form of the mythical Garuda, a bird powerful enough to carry the gods themselves. It was revered as a symbol of strength and purity, soaring high above the clouds, untainted by the earth below. The stories of its might inspired warriors and poets, painting a picture of a world where courage and tenacity could conquer the fiercest of storms. Reverence for the phoenix ignited a fire in the hearts of many, fueling dreams of liberation and boundless possibility. As they gazed into the sky, they believed that the phoenix was watching over them, an eternal guardian who dared to rise from the ashes, no matter how fierce the flames. But the tales of this enigmatic bird did not remain confined to ancient texts. Across cultures, from the Native American tribes who spoke of the thunderbird to the Chinese legends of the Feng Huang, the notion of a firebird echoed through the ages. Each culture wove its own narrative, blending history with spirituality, as artists and storytellers painted the imagery of the phoenix into the very fabric of their societies. This shared fascination gave rise to a thrilling tension, the realization that this creature was more than just myth. It was a reflection of humanity's deepest fears and desires, a symbol of hope in the face of overwhelming odds. In medieval Europe, the phoenix morphed into a symbol of Christ's resurrection, its flames taking on a new meaning of sacrifice and salvation. Alchemists sought to replicate the phoenix's rebirth in their quest for gold, believing that fire could transform the base into the divine. The fiery trials they undertook mirrored the struggles within their own souls as they wrestled with the complexities of life and the search for enlightenment. The flames burned brightly, illuminating the dark corners of their minds, urging them to rise above their challenges, just as the phoenix did from its ashes. As centuries passed, the fascination with the phoenix spurred imaginations and inspired countless works of art, literature, and music. Poets penned verses that captured its beauty and mystery, while painters immortalized the moment of its rebirth on canvas, the vibrant colors swirling in a tempest of emotion. Each stroke of the brush, each word written, became a tribute to the enduring spirit of the phoenix, a testament to the unyielding belief in the possibility of resurrection. Through the ages, the phoenix's story transcended its mythical origins, finding its way into the hearts of people who faced trials that seemed insurmountable. The flame of the phoenix became a beacon of hope, lighting the way for those lost in despair. Its ability to rise anew, stronger than before, resonated with anyone who had faced adversity, igniting a spark within them that whispered of their own capacity for transformation. But with every tale, there came the shadows, the darker side of rebirth. For with each cycle of fire and renewal, there was destruction, a reminder that change often comes at a price. The burning away of the old to make room for the new could be painful, leaving scars where once there was beauty. Those who believed in the phoenix also understood the fragility of life, the delicate balance between light and darkness, hope and despair. As they witnessed the flames consume everything in their path, they learned to embrace both facets of existence, knowing that within the ashes lay the seeds of possibility. This living legend of the phoenix, ignited by the flames of history, continued to inspire generations. The stories took flight, echoing through the ages and leaving a trail of wonder in their wake. As the embers glowed and flickered, the echoes of ancient voices carried forth, reminding humanity that just as the phoenix rises, so too can they. And in that moment, a profound realization settled in. The power of the phoenix wasn't just in its ability to rise from the ashes, but in its bold proclamation that every ending is but a new beginning, waiting to unfold with the next flicker of hope. The fire that burned brightly in the hearts of those who dared to dream was a testament to the irrepressible spirit of the phoenix, a firebird that would forever live on. The moon hung high in the ink-black sky, casting ghostly shadows across the damp, dew-kissed grass. Whispers of the night danced through the air, punctuated only by the occasional rustle of leaves. In a small village on the outskirts of a dense forest, fear clung to the very walls of the homes like a thick fog. It was here that tales of werewolves began to take root, tales steeped in blood and terror where the line between man and beast blurred with each passing night. Every villager had heard of the cursed souls, those who walked among them by day and transformed into ravenous wolves when the sun dipped below the horizon. Young children, with wide eyes and hushed voices, spun stories of men who howled at the moon, their bodies warped by a dark magic that felt all too real. The elders, with faces weathered by time and hardship, warned of the dangers lurking in the night. A bite from a rabid wolf could turn the strongest man into a monster, a vessel of madness. In the flickering light of the fire, tales of lycanthropy and rabies intertwined, their horrors feeding off one another. Little did they know that truth and folklore were often woven from the same twisted threads. The villagers spoke of a farmer, a man once well loved, who had succumbed to the grip of a rabid wolf. When the beast sank its teeth into his arm, the infection spread through his veins, igniting a fire that consumed his sanity. They said that when the moon rose, he would rise with it, a feral creature driven by an insatiable hunger. As the moon waxed and waned, the signs of his transformation became clear. The laughter of children turned to screams when they saw him in the fields, wild hair framing a face twisted in pain. He would stumble into the village, eyes glowing with an unnatural hunger, his hands clawed and trembling. The villagers, now gripped by dread, began to watch each other closely, paranoia taking root like weeds in their hearts. In the tavern, men would gather, mugs of ale clutched tightly in their hands, fear radiating from their postures. They discussed rabies as if it were a curse placed upon their very souls. The disease was as insidious as the moonlit transformations. It shadowed the darkness with reality. Farmers and hunters began to speak of the telltale signs: aggression, confusion, and aversion to water. Those bitten by rabid animals were feared, shunned, even executed in some cases, as the looming specter of lycanthropy gripped their minds. A group of brave souls, fueled by desperation and courage, ventured into the forest one fateful night. They sought the truth behind the legends, armed with nothing but torches flickering in the cold night air. The trees stood tall like sentinels, their branches weaving together, blocking out the light of the stars above. The air grew thick with tension, electrifying their senses. As they moved deeper into the woods, the shadows seemed to stretch and twist, mocking their resolve. Suddenly, a rustle in the underbrush sent chills down their spines. They froze, the sound of heavy breathing echoing in the silence. A figure emerged, shrouded in darkness, skin glistening in the pale moonlight. It was both man and beast, a silhouette of horror. The villagers could feel the primal energy radiating from it, a wildness that made their hearts race. This was no mere myth. This was the embodiment of their fears, the cursed werewolf, its eyes burning like embers. The entity lunged and panic erupted among the villagers. They scattered like leaves in the wind, terror propelling them into the depths of the forest. The beast's growl reverberated through the trees, a sound so deep it resonated within their very bones. One villager stumbled, and in that moment, time froze. The creature paused, its gaze piercing through the darkness, locking onto the man who had fallen. With a snarl, it lunged, and the night air filled with the sound of flesh tearing, screams that echoed through the ages. Back in the village, mothers pulled their children close, whispering warnings as the tales of the beast grew more chilling with each retelling. The fear of rabies lingered like a specter, for it was not only the beast that posed danger, it was the chaos it left in its wake. The villagers began to believe that anyone who showed even the slightest sign of illness could become the next monster, their humanity slipping away like sand through their fingers. As the moon continued its cycle, the tales grew darker, mingling with the reality of disease. It was a time of witch hunts and trials, where madness was often mistaken for malice. Those who were ill, those who suffered from afflictions unknown, were branded with labels that could cost them their lives. The townsfolk became both hunters and hunted, trapped in a web spun from fear and ignorance. In this desperate climate, the boundaries of reality and myth blurred further. The true nature of rabies was obscured by the hysteria surrounding lycanthropy. As people fell ill and exhibited signs that mirrored those of the so-called werewolves, fear seated itself deeper in the hearts of the villagers. With every bite, every scratch, the legend grew stronger, feeding off the very fears that created it. Villagers began to form lynch mobs, armed with pitchforks and torches, ready to rid their homes of any perceived threat. The line between man and beast became a matter of suspicion, and the darkness of the forest seemed to creep into their very souls. Accusations flew like arrows, piercing friendships and tearing families apart. The monster was no longer just a creature of the night. It was a reflection of their own inner demons. As the night wore on, the tension reached a fever pitch. A knock on the door sent shockwaves through one humble home. The villagers had come for one of their own, a boy who had once been vibrant and full of life. Now he was pale and trembling, a victim of a rabid animal's bite. The villagers encircled the house, their faces cast in shadows, hearts pounding with fear and uncertainty. The air crackled with the electric weight of dread, for the boy's fate hung in the balance. The boy's mother fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face, pleading for her child's life. The world outside her door was unraveling, consumed by the terror of the unknown. What if he was one of them? What if the curse had taken root? The villagers, fueled by hysteria, waited for the first sign, the first howl that would seal the boy's doom. In that moment, the darkness was all-consuming, leaving a mark that would haunt them all for generations to come. The moon continued to rise, casting its cold light over the village, illuminating the faces of those caught in a web of fear, each one teetering on the brink of becoming the monster they so feared. The wind howled like a wounded beast as the sailors huddled close, their breaths forming clouds in the frigid air. Leaning over the sides of their creaking vessel, they scanned the inky depths of the ocean, hearts pounding with anticipation and dread. It was said that the sea held unspeakable secrets, and on this fateful night, the whispers of the kraken echoed through the salty spray. This legendary creature, with its sprawling tentacles and eyes like black marbles, had haunted the minds of seafarers for centuries. Tales passed down through generations spoke of ships being dragged under the waves, their crews lost to the abyss, swallowed whole by the monstrous beak of the beast. Fragments of these stories twined with the salt and mist, swirling around the sailors like a ghostly fog, igniting both fear and wonder. In the ancient days, the kraken was born from the imaginations of mariners who spent months at sea, where the line between reality and myth often blurred. Creatures of the deep, like giant squids, danced on the fringes of their minds, twisting and turning in the shadows beneath their boats. The very thought of such a creature was enough to send shivers down their spines. These enormous beings could reach lengths of over 40 feet, their long arms stretching out to ensnare unsuspecting prey. Their existence was often dismissed as mere legend, yet the stories persisted. fueled by those who had glimpsed the dark silhouettes beneath the waves. As the sailors aboard the ship whispered their fears, old tales bubbled to the surface. The year was 1700, and a terrible storm had raged off the coast of Norway. Ships were tossed like toys, their masts splintering in the furious wind. It was amidst this chaos that a fishing vessel, the Siren, spotted something monstrous in the water. A massive shape emerged from the depths, tentacles writhing like serpents dancing to music only they could hear. The crew watched in horror as the beast lashed out, destroying the ship with a single strike. No one ever found the Siren again, but the legend of the Kraken grew stronger, echoing through taverns and harbors. The Kraken was not merely a creature of folklore. It held deep roots in the history of maritime culture. The ancient Greeks spoke of a beast that dwelled off the coast of Ethiopia, a creature that could bring entire fleets to their knees. Legends from the Norse sagas described the Lagarfliot worm, a serpent-like creature that haunted the waters, reflecting the fears and the awe that the ocean inspired in those who risked their lives upon it. Every ocean had its tales, but the Kraken stood out, perhaps because it represented the unknown. The fear of what lurked beneath the waves resonated within sailors. Was it merely a squid, or was it something more? Was it the embodiment of nature's wrath, an ancient guardian of the deep, or a relentless predator seeking vengeance on the intruders who dared to sail upon its territory? As the night thickened, the sailors' imaginations ran wild. One among them, a young lad named Arlen, felt the weight of the stories press heavily on his heart. He had heard the old mariners speak of the creature, their voices low and trembling. He recalled the vivid descriptions, its enormous tentacles, each capable of wrapping around a ship and dragging it into the dark depths. The thought of the Kraken was like a cold hand gripping his throat, but also sparked a flicker of excitement within him. What if he could witness this creature, this living testament to the ocean's mysteries? Suddenly, a violent splash erupted from the darkness, sending waves crashing against the wooden hull. Panic surged through the crew as they scrambled to their feet. Arlen's heart raced, every beat echoing the stories he had heard. Was this the moment? The Kraken had come for them, as foretold. He rushed to the edge, peering into the swirling blackness, and then he saw it. A massive outline broke the surface, glistening under the pale moonlight. Tentacles, longer than the ship itself, emerged from the depths, gliding gracefully yet ominously. The water shimmered around it, illuminated as if the moon were paying homage to this ancient creature. For a heartbeat, time stood still, each sailor holding their breath, gripped by a mix of terror and awe. The creature thrashed violently. A whirlwind of chaos ensued, the ship creaking and groaning under the pressure. Fear and adrenaline surged through Arlen's veins. He could feel the weight of history pressing down on him, enveloping him in the legacy of every sailor who had ever encountered the beast. This was not just a story. It was real, a moment that would echo in time. The Kraken's tentacles reached for the ship, wrapping around the mast, its strength unfathomable. The sailors screamed, their voices mingling with the roar of the storm. But deep within the chaos, Arlen felt a strange connection to the creature. Perhaps it was anger at the intrusion, or a desire to protect its domain. The ocean was both beautiful and terrifying, and for a fleeting moment he understood its duality. As the ship bucked beneath them, Arlen locked eyes with the creature. The Kraken's gaze was ancient, filled with a knowledge that transcended time. It was a look that spoke of countless battles fought, of ships lost to the abyss, of legends woven into the fabric of the sea. In that moment, Arlen felt small, yet powerful, tethered to the very essence of life and death, of myth and reality. The tempest raged on, and the Kraken continued its dance, a primal force of nature drawing the sailors into its world. Waves crashed, and the cries of men were swallowed by the fury of the ocean. The ship began to splinter, wood cracking under the pressure as the sailors fought to survive. Yet, in their hearts, they knew that no matter the outcome, they were part of something much bigger than themselves, a story that would be told for generations to come. With a final surge, the Kraken plunged back into the depths, taking with it the pieces of the ship and the dreams of its crew. The ocean roared, and for a moment, everything fell silent. The storm calmed, but the sea was forever changed. The Kraken had reigned supreme, a reminder of the mysteries that lay beneath, waiting for the next foolhardy sailor to dare venture too close. As the dawn broke, casting a golden hue over the waters, the ghostly tales of the Kraken continued to whisper through the ages, urging new generations to listen, to believe, and to fear what lurked just below the surface. For the story was not over, it had only just begun, and somewhere in the depths of the ocean, the Kraken waited patiently, its eyes gleaming like dark stars, ready to weave its legend once more into the fabric of human history. In the stillness of an ancient night, under a canopy of stars shimmering like lost souls, a chilling wail sliced through the air. It was not just the sound of sorrow, it was a haunting melody, echoing through the darkened hills of Ireland, reverberating like a distant storm. This was the voice of the Banshee, a spirit whose presence brought both fear and fascination to the people of Celtic culture. Her lament was a warning, a premonition of death, a reminder that life is fleeting, and the veil between the living and the dead is thin and fragile. The Banshee was more than a mere ghost. She was a guardian of the lineage, a protector of the family, her voice carrying the weight of generations. In every village, mothers would hush their children and tell tales of her mournful cries, warning them that when they heard her song, it meant someone they loved was soon to depart this world. The Banshee's cries would tremble through the trees, sending shivers down the spines of those who dared to listen. It was a sound that could make the bravest warrior's heart skip a beat, a melody woven with the threads of grief and loss. Historically, the Banshee was seen as a type of ancestor spirit, often portrayed as a woman with long, flowing hair and eyes filled with deep sorrow. She would appear at the twilight of a life, standing by the rivers or at the edge of woods, her presence a blend of beauty and despair. Some whispered that she was a fairy. Others believed she was a woman who had lived long ago, cursed to lament forever for her lost kin. Regardless of her form, her voice was her most powerful weapon, a sound that could pierce the very soul. Families would take comfort in her cries, believing that her wailing was a mark of reverence, a way for the deceased to be honored and remembered. In the darkened corners of homes, old women would recite tales of her, their voices trembling with emotion, capturing the essence of loss and love that echoed in the hearts of the listeners. The Banshee was a bridge between two worlds, the living and the dead, and her song was a reminder of the ties that bind. As the moon rose high in the sky, illuminating the rugged landscape, tales of the Banshee would come alive around flickering fires. Men and women would gather, their faces painted with shadows, as they recounted stories of encounters with the spirit. A farmer spoke of a night when he heard her cries while tending to his fields. He had dismissed it at first, thinking it was just the wind, but soon he learned that his beloved brother had passed away. The Banshee's song a harbinger of the grief to come. Others recounted stories of hearing her wail just before tragedy struck, her voice a chilling prelude to the sorrow that was about to unfold. The Banshee's role extended beyond mere forewarnings. She was also a symbol of empowerment. In a society where women often had little voice, her lament was a powerful expression of female emotion. The wail of the Banshee resonated with the struggles and joys of womanhood, encapsulating the pain of loss, the depth of love, and the resilience that women embodied. Her voice, often described as ethereal and haunting, became an anthem for those left behind, a testament to the strength found in vulnerability. As the stories continued to weave through the night, the air crackled with anticipation. There was a sense of camaraderie among those gathered, an understanding that each tale held a piece of their own history. The Banshee, with her mournful cries, was a reflection of their collective grief, but also a reminder of the love that remained. She transformed sorrow into a shared experience, her voice bridging the gap between the living and those who had passed. Yet the banshee was not just a symbol of sorrow. Some stories spoke of her as a guardian, a protector of families, ensuring that the dead received the proper rites and offerings. In some regions, people would leave out food or flowers, hoping to appease her spirit, believing that if they honored her, she would watch over their loved ones and guide them safely to the other side. Her voice, once a fearsome warning, became a comforting presence, a reminder that there was a connection beyond the grave. The whispers of the banshee traveled through time, leaving an indelible mark on the culture of the Celts. Her presence can still be felt in the songs of modern-day Ireland, where melodies often carry echoes of her lament. Even now, when the wind howls through the trees, it's easy to imagine her cries dancing on the breeze, a reminder that love and loss are eternally intertwined. As the night deepened, the flickering flames cast shadows that danced like memories in the air, each one a story waiting to be told. The banshee's voice was a haunting reminder that life is ephemeral, but love remains, echoing through the ages. Those gathered felt a connection to something greater, a bond that transcended time and space. The tales of the banshee would continue, and her voice would live on, echoing through the valleys, reminding all who listened that every end is but a new beginning. With each haunting note of her song, the line between joy and sorrow blurred, making every heartbeat resonate with the weight of history. It was as if the banshee herself had come alive in their midst, her presence palpable, drawing them into an embrace of emotion that felt both heavy and freeing. And so, as the night wore on, the tales spun like silk, weaving together the stories of the past, present, and future, linking them with the threads of the banshee's voice, forever echoing in the hearts of those who dared to listen. In the flickering light of a dimly lit museum, a child's wide eyes reflect the shimmering glass case that holds a beautifully crafted artifact. The piece whispers tales of a time long past, its curves and engravings undoubtedly telling a story of mystery and wonder. Within it lies the essence of the legendary griffin, a creature that has soared through the minds of humanity for centuries, capturing the imagination of those who hear its name. As night falls, shadows dance across the walls of history, and the griffin becomes more than just a myth. A unique artifact, the remnants of an ancient pot, intricately designed with the image of the majestic beast, sits at the center of the exhibit. It was discovered in a sun-soaked field in the heart of Greece, where the whispers of the wind seem to echo the very words of historians who have tried to decode its meaning. This pot, dating back to the 6th century BCE, provides a tantalizing glimpse into the belief systems of civilizations that revered the griffin as a symbol of power and protectiveness. The fierce creature, with the body of a lion and the wings of an eagle, was not merely a figment of imagination. It was a protector, a guardian of the skies and the earth. Each brushstroke on the pot speaks volumes, revealing not only the artistry of its craftsmen, but also the cultural significance of the griffin. To the people of ancient myths, this creature was a divine protector, a truth-seeker that bridged the earthly and the celestial. As historians sift through the layers of soil and time, they unearth more than artifacts. They unearth dreams and fears, triumphs and tribulations of those who walked the earth centuries ago. Excitement crackles like electricity when an excavation yields a treasure trove of griffin-related relics. Researchers find fragments of jewelry adorned with griffins, each piece echoing tales of bravery and valor. The gems glimmer like stars caught in the grasp of a night sky, hinting at the reverence with which these creatures were regarded. An ancient ring, engraved with a griffin's fierce gaze, tells the story of a warrior who wore it as a talisman in battle, an emblem of courage as he faced the unknown. In another corner of the world, nestled within the rugged terrains of Mongolia, A burial site reveals a trove of artifacts illustrating the griffin's influence across cultures. Here, a skeleton of a horse is found adorned with feathers and gold, leading archaeologists to speculate about the rituals that honored the griffin. The horse, once a noble steed, is believed to have been a companion to a leader, possibly a shaman who conversed with the spirits. The air is thick with emotion as researchers piece together the fragments of a life dedicated to the worship of a creature that blended the ferocity of the lion with the majesty of the eagle. As the tales of the griffin stretch across continents, a curious tension brews beneath the surface. In ancient Egypt, the griffin was worshipped as a protector of graves, a guardian against the dark forces that threatened the afterlife. Evidence of this can be found in the sarcophagi of pharaohs, adorned with depictions of the creature forever watching over the souls of the departed. Each carving tells a story of belief, a testament to the fear and hope that filled the hearts of those who sought safety beyond the veil of life. The discovery of an ancient scroll, written in a long-forgotten language, sends waves of exhilaration through a team of researchers. The scroll, meticulously preserved, speaks of a legendary griffin that descended from the heavens to aid a beleaguered kingdom. As they translate the delicate, faded ink, it becomes apparent that this creature was not merely a symbol. It was a savior, a being of immense power that instilled hope in times of despair. Hearts race with the thrill of understanding that the griffin was more than a creature of legend. It was a beacon of resilience and a source of inspiration for generations. Yet, not all accounts are glorifying. Some ancient texts hint at a darker side, a fear intertwined with admiration. In the exploits recounted by travelers and adventurers, the griffin was depicted as a fierce guardian of treasures, ready to unleash its wrath on any who dared to approach. These accounts send shivers down the spine, infusing the legend with an air of danger. The griffin is both protector and predator, a duality that captures the essence of human experience. Love and fear entwined like the wings of the creature themselves. Amidst these revelations, a sense of urgency surrounds the artifacts under study. As time marches inexorably forward, the delicate remnants of history face the threat of decay and destruction. Each artifact is a portal to an age when the griffin soared across the skies of imagination, embodying the hopes and dreams of mankind. The dedicated historians and archaeologists, fueled by a passion that ignites their very souls, strive to preserve these connections to the past. Their hands tremble with reverence as they carefully restore and document the relics, knowing that with each passing day, the stories risk fading into the abyss of oblivion. The excitement in the air is palpable as researchers prepare for another excavation, this time at a site long rumored to be a sacred ground for those who worshipped the griffin. As the sun rises, the team sets to work, their hearts racing in anticipation of what they might uncover. Will they find the remains of a ritual site? Perhaps another artifact that holds the key to understanding the bond between humanity and this magnificent creature. And as the first shovel strikes the ground, the earth gives way with a sigh, hinting at the mysteries waiting to be unveiled. Each clump of soil that falls away whispers tales of the past, hinting at the emotions and connections that tether man to the legend of the griffin. The air thickens with anticipation, echoing the hopes and fears of those long gone, their spirits intertwined with the very soil beneath their feet. The griffin, a legendary creature born from the dreams of mankind, continues to weave its way through history, a thread that connects us all. As the archaeologists work tirelessly, sweat glistening on their brows, it becomes clear that their pursuit is not solely for knowledge. It is a quest to keep the spirit of the griffin alive, a guardian of stories that must not be forgotten. It is a race against time, an exploration of the very essence of belief and myth. And with each passing moment, the tension rises, the story unfurling like the wings of a griffin ready to take flight, inviting the next chapter to begin. The sun rose over the rugged mountains, its golden rays spilling across the dense forests and misty valleys, breathing life into the wild world. It was in these untamed places that whispers of a creature, pure and fantastical, stirred the hearts of men. They called it the unicorn, a creature so enchanting that mere mention of its name could ignite a spark of wonder and yearning in anyone who dared dream. From the most ancient scrolls of Mesopotamia to the fevered accounts of European explorers, the stories of unicorns danced through time, tempting the curious and the brave alike. In the days when maps were still blank in places and the edges of the world blurred with the unknown, explorers set sail on ships, their hearts pounding with the thrill of adventure. Tales of unicorns became woven into their journeys, as real as the salt spray on their faces. They spoke of long, spiraled horns glinting in the sunlight, spiriting away their dreams and desires as they ventured into the uncharted. The first known mention of unicorns came from the ancient Near East, where they appeared in seals and texts. There, scribes depicted a creature that resembled a horse, but with a single, majestic horn jutting from its forehead. Could it be the product of vivid imagination? Or was there something more? The tension between reality and myth began to build, setting the stage for the legends that would follow. With every new territory explored, the concept of the unicorn expanded, taking on new forms and attributes. As the Romans marched through their empire, they encountered tales of the unicorn in far-off lands. Greek historians like Kitsune, who traveled to India, brought back stories of animals such as the Indian wild ass with its singular horn, an observation that would set the imagination ablaze. Theseus described the beast as fierce yet beautiful, a creature of grace that could only be tamed by a virgin. The allure of the unicorn grew, flourishing in the minds of those who hungered for the extraordinary. It was as if the world was igniting with the possibilities of what lay just beyond the horizon. Fast forward to the Middle Ages, a time when the very air was thick with mystery and superstition. Unicorns became symbols of purity and grace, woven into the fabric of religious art and literature. They adorned tapestries that hung in castles and cathedrals, their ethereal forms reminding all who gazed upon them of virtues they longed to embody. It was in this enchanting era that the unicorn became a powerful motif, representing the divine, an embodiment of hope and redemption. Explorers of this age recounted their adventures with a fervor that could make the heart race. They told tales of their encounters with elusive creatures amid dense forests and shadowy valleys. The escalating excitement surrounding these sightings revealed a peculiar truth. The more people searched for unicorns, the more they seemed to slip further from reach. It was as if the very act of seeking them made them all the more elusive, a tantalizing game of cat and mouse played between humanity's desire and nature's mystery. In the 16th century, the age of exploration reached its zenith. Voyages to distant lands brought back not only spices and gold, but also accounts of magical beasts. Tales of unicorns filtered through the minds of men, mixing with the realities of the exotic animals they encountered. In the icy reaches of Greenland, explorers described creatures with spiral horns, leading some to believe that perhaps the elusive unicorn roamed the frozen wilderness. Excitement crackled through the air as more and more adventurers sought to prove the existence of the unicorn, igniting imaginations and fueling myths. As the ink dried on explorers' journals, the tension between the real and the imagined only intensified. Artists and writers seized upon the fervor, creating lavish illustrations of unicorns prancing through crystal-clear streams, their coats shimmering like starlight. The allure of these illustrations captivated the masses, blurring the lines between fact and fiction. The more they painted, the more people wished to believe. With every stroke of the brush, the unicorn became a symbol of what humanity craved, magic in a world that often felt dull and gray. But what truly lay behind these spellbinding tales? Was it simply the human penchant for storytelling, or were there hidden truths in the whispers of the past? The role of exploration in myth creation continued to unfold, with each new revelation posing more questions than answers. As stories spread, they took on lives of their own, morphing and adapting, like the shadows that dance at twilight. Locals in various regions began to claim their own versions of the unicorn, each distinct yet tethered to a shared thread of wonder. In Asia, legends of the Kitsune emerged, a creature often depicted with a horse-like body adorned with a single horn, embodying serenity and benevolence. Meanwhile, in Europe, the unicorn remained a symbol of purity, admired by kings and queens. The magnetic pull of these sightings was intoxicating, luring the curious to embark on expeditions in search of confirmation. It was as if a collective madness had settled over humanity, an insatiable thirst to touch the extraordinary. As explorers continued to brave the unknown through dense jungles and unforgiving mountains, they stumbled upon creatures that bore uncanny resemblances to the unicorn. The narwhal, with its long, spiraled tusk, often mistaken for the horn of a unicorn, presented itself as a tangible reminder of the myths that had taken root in the human psyche. Yet, no matter how close they came to proof, the true unicorn remained elusive, a specter haunting their dreams. The stories continued to evolve, weaving a rich tapestry of adventure, mystery, and longing. Each sighting, whether real or imagined, only added fuel to the fire of myth. Amid the uncertainty, a deeper truth simmered just beneath the surface. The unicorn had become more than just a creature to seek. It was an ideal, a beacon of hope guiding explorers through the tumultuous seas of existence. And as the sun set behind the mountains, casting long shadows over the land, the heart swelled with the realization that the search was as much about the journey as it was about the destination. Each explorer's tale became a thread in the vast fabric of history, binding generations together in a shared desire to find the extraordinary in the mundane. Just as the legends of the unicorn began with a spark, so too did they continue to ignite the imaginations of those who yearned for magic in a world that, despite its chaos, promised adventure around every corner. In the flickering light of a campfire, shadows danced across the faces of ancient warriors, their eyes wide with both fear and fascination. A hush fell over the group as they recalled stories passed down through generations. Tales of great beasts that soared through the skies, their scales glinting like emeralds in the sun, their roars echoing like thunder. These tales were not mere fantasies, but the lifeblood of cultures, connecting the past to the present, fear to reverence. In Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization, dragons were seen not as mere monsters but powerful beings intertwined with creation itself. The great god Marduk triumphed over Tiamat, a primordial dragon representing chaos and the ocean. Their epic battle was not just a fight, it symbolized the struggle between order and chaos. Civilization's victory over the wild, the tame over the untamable. Every year, as the rivers flooded and the earth bloomed, the people celebrated their victory over Tiamat, believing their crops thrived because Marduk had slain the beast. This connection to the divine made dragons guardians of the earth, not just harbingers of doom. Far to the east, in China, dragons soared through the skies in a different light. These creatures were not feared, but revered. They represented power, strength, and good fortune. Emperors adorned themselves with dragon motifs, believing their rule to be blessed by these majestic beings. In ancient texts, the dragon was the embodiment of the water element, controlling the rains that brought life to parched lands. Festivals celebrated dragons, with colorful parades where people danced beneath dragon-shaped kites, invoking their blessings for prosperity and harmony. The dragon, a symbol of unity between heaven and earth, wove through the fabric of society, reminding all that they were part of something greater. In the cold, rugged landscapes of Norse mythology, dragons took on a darker, more sinister role. The fierce Fafnir, once a man, transformed into a dragon out of greed, guarded a hoard of gold that drew men to their doom. The Norse believed that dragons embodied the destructive power of greed and vengeance. Their tales, steeped in blood and conflict, warned of the dangers lurking in the hearts of men. Yet, even in their terror, dragons held the allure of the unknown, the promise of adventure and peril. They ignited the imaginations of warriors who sought to prove themselves, to face the fire-breathing beasts and emerge as legends. The thrill of the chase made the heart race, the idea of conquering the dragon a rite of passage. In the Americas, native tribes spoke of feathered serpents like Quetzalcoatl, who transcended the boundaries of the earthly realm. This dragon was a god of wind and rain, a harbinger of life, embodying both the sky and the earth. In those stories, the serpent was a teacher, a bringer of knowledge, connecting the people to their ancestors and the land they nurtured. The bond between humans and these mystical creatures reminded everyone of their place in the world, a cycle of giving and receiving, life and death. The ceremonies held in honor of these creatures were filled with songs and dances that resonated with the spirit of the dragon, a reminder of the balance between nature and humanity. Across the seas, in ancient Greece, dragons guarded sacred sites, embodying the elemental forces that shaped their world. The fierce Ladon, who coiled around the golden apples of the Hesperides, symbolized greed and the struggle for immortality. Heroes like Hercules faced these creatures not just to prove their strength, but to reclaim what was rightfully theirs, to restore balance. The trials against dragons were less about slaying beasts and more about confronting inner demons, fears, desires, and the thirst for glory that often led to destruction. Each clash became a powerful allegory for the human condition, a reflection of the battles fought within oneself. The stories flowed seamlessly into the fabric of religion, where dragons became symbols of power and evil. In Judeo-Christian texts, the dragon often represented Satan, a creature of chaos that sought to upend the divine order. The imagery of the dragon in Revelation stirred fear and awe, a reminder of the ultimate battle between good and evil. Yet, even in this dark portrayal, there resided an underlying fascination with the dragon's might. The tension between fear and admiration threaded through these tales, reflecting the duality of human nature and the eternal struggle against internal and external foes. In Africa, dragons found their home in the rich tapestry of oral traditions. The Zulu spoke of the Inkanyamba, a serpent-like dragon that controlled storms and the waters. It was both revered and feared, embodying the unpredictable forces of nature. These stories spoke of respect for the elements, a reminder of humanity's fragility in the face of nature's might. The dragon's presence in these narratives reminded the people of their ancestors, their history intertwined with the land and the creatures that roamed it. The tales were often told by firelight, the flickering flames illuminating the storyteller's face, captivating the audience with a mix of wonder and fear. From the icy peaks of the Himalayas to the sun-soaked sands of the Sahara, dragons wove through the narratives of countless cultures, embodying the complexities of life, creation, destruction, greed, and power. The hearts of young and old alike raced at the thought of encountering these magnificent beings, whether in dreams or in the stories that echoed in their minds. With each whisper of wind or rustle of leaves, the air crackled with anticipation, as if the dragons themselves were watching, waiting for the next brave soul to seek them out. In that moment, as the fire flickered low, the shadows seemed to stretch and twist, hinting at a reality where dragons still roamed. The stories never truly ended. They lingered on the edge of consciousness, whispering promises of adventure and danger. And as the stars twinkled above, a question loomed large in the air. Could dragons be more than just symbols of the past? Could they still breathe life into the hearts of those willing to believe? The night deepened, and the air grew thick with mystery, urging the listeners to lean closer, their imaginations ignited by the idea that perhaps The dragons were not as far away as they seemed. In a world where the sun casts long shadows across ancient stones, the echo of hooves reverberates through time, igniting the imagination. A strong, powerful bull stands at the center of a lavish courtyard, its eyes fierce and unyielding, a symbol of strength revered by a civilization that thrived on the rich soils of Crete. This was not just any bull. It was a creature wrapped in myth, a bridge between the earthly and the divine, and its legacy looms large in the art and culture of the Minoans. As one gazes at the intricate frescoes adorning the walls of palaces, the images almost seem to pulse with life. There, captured in vibrant hues of blue and gold, the Minotaur emerges, a figure both terrifying and captivating. Half man, half bull, he lurks behind metaphorical walls that whisper tales of sacrifice and worship. The Minoans elevated this creature, not merely as a monster but as a manifestation of their deepest beliefs, a reflection of their reverence for the bull itself, a beast that commanded both fear and awe. The bull was more than livestock. It was a deity in its own right, a symbol of fertility and power. The Minoans understood the cycle of life and death, the essence of renewal that coursed through the veins of every creature. The bull's strength represented the vigor of life, a vital force that coursed through the land. Each time its powerful heart beat, it echoed the rhythms of the universe. In this way, the bull became an object of worship, a figure that connected the people to the gods they called upon for blessings. Throughout the temples and palaces, scenes of bull leaping unfurl like a dramatic theater. Athletic figures, lithe and daring, spring into the air, their bodies soaring above the powerful heads of bulls. The thrill of the leap captures the breath, a moment suspended in time, where bravery meets artistry. This risky ritual served as a dance of devotion, a physical manifestation of their beliefs. The Minoans celebrated not only the bull's might, but also the courage of those who dared to confront it, intertwining human bravery with divine favor. From clay figurines to monumental frescoes, the imagery of the bull dominates Minoan art. Each artwork is steeped in emotion, speaking of a culture that cherished the bond between man and beast. As the sun sets and shadows lengthen, one can almost hear the beat of drums echoing through the halls, the pulse of a vibrant society that thrived on worship and celebration. The vibrancy of the art seems alive, as if the walls themselves breathe in the devotion of those who came before. Intricate carvings adorn ritual objects, often featuring bulls in poses that exude power and grace. The attention to detail is captivating. The curves of the bull's muscles and the sharpness of its horns are rendered with loving precision. Each stroke tells a story, a testament to the Minoan skills and their profound connection to the creatures they idolized. The materials used, gold, ivory, and clay, sparkle like the stars, reflecting the importance of these creations in the ritualistic life of the people. As one gazes into the eyes of these depictions, the haunting question emerges. What did the Minoans feel when they created these works? Was it fear, admiration, or a complex blend of both? The Minotaur, looming large in their consciousness, evokes a spectrum of emotions, a reminder of the delicate balance between reverence and terror. Through art, they immortalize their connection to the divine, creating a narrative that transcends time and lingers in the air like the scent of incense wafting through sacred spaces. In the labyrinthine corridors of the Knossos Palace, whispers of the past seem to linger. The very walls seem to hold secrets, tales of rituals that once took place, where the flickering light of torches illuminated the sacred dances honoring the bull. Each corner of the palace resonates with echoes of chants and the rustle of garments as priests and priestesses performed their rites. The Minotaur becomes a symbol of the unknown, a creature that dwelled in the shadows, representing the fears that lay just beyond the edge of the known world. The bull's legacy is woven into the fabric of Minoan society, shaping their beliefs and rituals. In moments of silence, one can almost see the bull's shadow flicker against the walls, a ghost of a time long past. It was more than a creature of the flesh. It was a symbol of life and death, a reminder that every ending births a new beginning. The worship of the bull, therefore, transcends the act of sacrifice. It becomes a celebration of existence itself, a way to connect with the cycles of nature. But not all was reverent. The story takes a darker turn. The Minotaur's labyrinth symbolizes the struggles and chaos that lie within every heart. As one contemplates the artistry that surrounds this beast, questions arise. Was the Minotaur merely a reflection of their fears, or did it represent the struggle between man and beast that resides within us all? The very fabric of Minoan life was layered with complexity, and in the depths of their art, one finds not only beauty, but also the underlying tension of their existence. Art from this period screams with emotion, triumph, despair, hope, and fear. The Minoans crafted their world through the lens of their beliefs and fears, leaving behind echoes that resonate even today. As one wanders through the ruins, the presence of the Minotaur looms large, a haunting reminder of the intersection of human emotion and divine myth. It isn't just a story, it's a testament to a culture that thrived on the edges of reality and myth, a civilization that grappled with the complexities of existence. The Minotaur stands immortalized in Minoan art, embodying a duality that speaks to the very core of humanity. The worship of the bull, the veneration of its power and might, reflects an understanding of life's fragility and strength. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting a golden light upon the ancient stones, the echoes of Minoan beliefs continue to stir the soul, reminding all who behold their art that life is a dance between courage and fear, creation and destruction, worship and the unknown. The tale does not end here. It transcends through time, whispering secrets that linger in the air, waiting to be felt again in the next chapter of this ancient narrative. The air was thick with a haunting melody that echoed off the waves, weaving through the salty spray like a silken thread. Fishermen in ancient Greece often found themselves entranced, their boats drifting dangerously close to jagged rocks that whispered secrets of the deep. It was said that the sirens, those enchanting creatures, sang songs so beautiful that even the most hardened sailor would forget his duty and plunge into the churning sea, lured by the promise of discovery and danger. In the shadows of history, sirens morphed from mere figures of myth into symbols of temptation and peril, embodying the very essence of desire that could lead one to their demise. These half-bird, half-woman beings captured the imaginations of poets and philosophers alike, their images immortalized in countless works as harbingers of doom. Yet, beneath the surface of their melodious allure lay a complex tapestry of cultural meaning, begging to be unraveled. Hesiod and Homer were among the first to immortalize the sirens, with their tales intertwining fact and fiction. In the Odyssey, Odysseus, ever the clever hero, knew of their danger and prepared his crew with wax for their ears, while he himself was tied to the mast of the ship. The sirens' voices promised knowledge of all things, a knowledge that no mortal could bear. This ancient story transcended time, revealing a fearfully seductive interplay between the quest for wisdom and the perils that came with it. Beyond the pages of literature, the sirens beckoned to the hearts of those who faced their own temptations. In the quiet moments of the night, a hunter might hear the soft strains of their song while lying beside the warm fire, his dreams filled with visions of beauty and freedom. But the hunter knew better. He had seen too many friends vanish into the depths, their laughter silenced by the waves. Yet, even with this knowledge, the sirens whispered sweetly, their songs echoing in the back of his mind, promising treasures yet unseen. Historians often speculate that the sirens were inspired by real-life phenomena. The treacherous rocky coastlines of the Aegean Sea and the haunting calls of seabirds became the backdrop for the myths. Layers of mist and fog would cloak the shores, creating an atmosphere of mystery and danger. It was easy to imagine those first sailors, alone and exhausted, mistaking the cries of gulls for the truths of a more beautiful world waiting just beyond the horizon. As the tales of the sirens spread, they took on various forms. In some cultures, they were depicted with serpentine tails, their bodies glistening with scales that caught the fading light of the sun, while in others, they appeared as beautiful maidens with flowing hair, their skin as luminous as the moonlight. This evolution reflected the fears and desires of the societies that birthed them, each interpretation revealing a glimpse into human nature itself. However, reality often entwined with myth in unsettling ways. Accounts of shipwrecks and disappearances surged, each tragedy adding weight to the belief in sirens. With every lost sailor, a new tale emerged, perpetuating the legend and fueling the imaginations of those who heard them. In small coastal towns, mothers would warn their children against straying too close to the shore, lest they feel the siren's dangerous pull. Amidst this sea of lore, the sirens almost became a metaphor for the very essence of life's choices, the paths we take, the temptations we indulge, and the consequences that inevitably follow. The whispers of the sirens echoed not just from the sea, but from the depths of every heart, a reminder of what it means to be human in a world filled with both wonder and peril. In art, the sirens took on ever more striking appearances. Ancient pottery bore their likeness, their figures twisting elegantly, caught in a moment that seemed both serene and foreboding. The strokes of clay and paint conveyed an urgency, an allure that drew the viewer closer. Artists understood that to capture the sirens was to capture the duality of life itself, a beauty that could just as easily lead one to ruin as to ecstasy. Yet there were times when sirens revealed themselves not as seducers, but as victims of circumstance, echoing the tragedies of betrayal and loss. In lost tales, they were depicted as former maidens punished for their refusal to obey the gods, condemned to lure men to their doom for eternity. This twist of fate added depth to their character, transforming them from mere predators into entities that evoked both pity and fear. As whispers of sirens spread beyond Greece, they began to cross cultural borders, taking root in distant lands. In medieval Europe, tales of mermaids surfaced, beautiful sea maidens who, like the sirens of old, lured sailors to watery graves. The legends adapted, but the core temptation remained. From the fjords of Norway to the coast of Ireland, the song of the siren echoed through the ages, a haunting reminder of the thin line between salvation and destruction. And so, the sirens continued their song, their voices harmonizing with the wind and waves, beckoning to those who dared to listen. Each note carried with it a promise, a siren's call that reverberated through generations. It was this very intersection of reality and myth that kept their stories alive, weaving through the fabric of human experience, reminding all who heard their song of the fragile balance between desire and survival. In the dim light of twilight, when the horizon blurred and the sea turned dark, sailors still felt the twinge of caution tugging at their hearts. Each wave that crashed against the shore whispered the names of those lost, and every haunting melody that floated on the breeze reminded them that the sirens, those beautiful, treacherous beings, were never too far away. The lure of the unknown hung in the salty air, a promise of adventure wrapped in danger, keeping their stories alive and echoing through the chambers of history, forever intertwined with the lives they touched. In the quiet hush of dawn, when the first light spills over the horizon, a flicker of flame dances within the ashes. The air is electric, charged with a promise that lingers just beyond the grasp of understanding. This is the moment when the world holds its breath, suspended between what was and what is yet to come. The mythical phoenix, a creature woven into the very fabric of ancient texts, embodies this moment of transformation. A symbol not just of fiery rebirth, but of profound renewal across cultures and centuries. The Egyptians spoke of the Bennu, a bird that rose from the ashes of its predecessor, its vibrant plumage reflecting the colors of the sunrise. The tales whispered of the Benu's connection to the sun god Ra, its resurrection marking the cyclical flow of time and the vibrant heartbeat of life. As the great temples of Heliopolis stood tall against the sky, priests would recount the stories of the Benu, their voices echoing through the stone corridors, weaving a tapestry of hope for those who listened. Each flickering torchlight seemed to cradle the very essence of rebirth, igniting the hearts of the faithful with the promise that from destruction comes life anew. In the lands of ancient Greece, the phoenix soared with equal grandeur. Herodotus and later writers depicted a bird of unparalleled beauty, describing how it would live for 500 years before building a nest of aromatic spices and setting itself ablaze. The flames would consume the old, but from the ashes, a new phoenix would emerge, fully formed and vibrant. This story, rich in symbolism, resonated deeply with the Greeks who saw in the phoenix not just a bird, but a mirror reflecting their own struggles against mortality. Each cycle of life and death became a testament to resilience, reminding them that within every ending lies the seed of a new beginning. Across the Indian subcontinent, the legend of the Garuda presented yet another layer to this majestic bird's symbolism. Considered a divine eagle, Garuda symbolizes the battle between life and death, embodying the spirit of renewal through the cycle of creation and destruction. The ancient texts spoke of the Garuda riding on the back of Vishnu, the preserver of the universe, soaring high above the chaos of existence. Whenever darkness threatened to consume the world, Garuda would sweep in, heralding a new dawn, a fresh start. The air would shimmer with possibility, and the hearts of the people would swell with hope. The phoenix also graced the pages of Chinese mythology, where it was known as the Feng Huang, a bird embodying both male and female energies. In Chinese culture, the Feng Huang symbolizes harmony, virtue, and the balance of opposites. When it appeared, it was a sign that an era of peace was on the horizon, an omen that the world would soon be bathed in the glow of prosperity and joy. The Feng Huang was often depicted amidst clouds, wings unfurled, ready to embrace the heavens. The stories of its beauty resonated through time, igniting a spark of aspiration in the hearts of those who longed for a brighter future. In the Middle East, the phoenix took on yet another form. The Persian tales of the Simurgh spoke of a bird of great wisdom and healing. This creature was said to dwell in the mythical tree of life, a guardian of knowledge that watched over the world. When the Simurgh flew across the skies, it scattered seeds of renewal, reminding humanity that after every storm comes a calm, and after every night, a dawn. The Simurgh's story intertwined with the natural events of the earth, the shifting of the seasons, the rising of the sun, and the cycles of life that echoed through the ages. Its wings carried the weight of ancestral memories, bringing together the lessons of the past and the hopes for the future. As storms thundered and skies darkened, the symbolism of the phoenix became even more poignant. Natural disasters, wildfires, floods, and earthquakes often served as reminders of the fragile nature of existence. Yet, within these cataclysms lay the potential for rebirth. People looked to the phoenix as a beacon of hope during their darkest hours, a symbol that from chaos could emerge something beautiful and new. The stories of communities coming together after calamity, rebuilding and renewing their lives, echoed the tale of the phoenix, resonating in their very souls. This narrative of resilience became woven into the fabric of human existence, transcending cultures and borders. In the Roman Empire, the phoenix became a powerful emblem of immortality and resurrection. Coins bearing the image of the phoenix were minted under the rule of emperors, symbolizing their divine right to govern and the idea that their reign was eternal. As the empire expanded, so did the legend of the phoenix, inspiring artists and poets to capture its essence in their works. Statues appeared in grand public spaces, serving as a reminder of the eternal cycle of life and death, urging citizens to embrace change and transformation. The fire that consumed the phoenix was seen not as an end, but as an essential part of the journey, a necessary step toward greatness. Even in the shadows of ancient temples and the pages of dusty scrolls, the phoenix continues to rise. Each tale, each interpretation, rich with emotion and history, intertwines like the roots of trees reaching deep into the earth. They speak of a universal truth, the relentless cycle of destruction and renewal that pulses through nature and humanity alike. As the last embers of the fire fade, they spark the hope of a new beginning, igniting the imagination and spirit of countless generations. The flames of the phoenix beckon, their glow illuminating the path ahead. With every heartbeat, the promise of rebirth lingers in the air, its warmth enveloping the world, a constant reminder that from the ashes of the past, something extraordinary awaits. The stories of renewal, so alive in the ancient texts, pulse with a vibrancy that refuses to fade, echoing through history, uniting all who dare to believe in the magic of transformation. In this vast tapestry of existence, the phoenix remains an enduring symbol, whispering to the hearts of those who seek to rise once more, time and again. The moon hung low in the sky, a silver coin tossed carelessly into the inky blackness of night. Its light spilled across the countryside, illuminating the edges of forests and casting eerie shadows on the ground. In this timeless moment, the air crackled with a sense of dread. Beneath the surface of medieval life, a chilling truth lurked, whispering through the branches and rustling the leaves. The villagers cast wary glances into the darkness, clutching their wooden crosses and murmuring prayers, for they knew full well the stories that echoed in the night, the stories of werewolves. In the year 1347, nestled in the heart of Europe, the small village of Galdur had begun to feel the suffocating grip of fear. Strange occurrences plagued the inhabitants. Livestock found savaged, blood strewn across the fields like a gruesome tapestry, and shadows that danced too close to the firelight. Whispers grew louder, twisting into a cacophony of accusations. The local priest, Father Matthias, stood at the pulpit, eyes wide with fear, declaring that the devil had taken flesh, twisting men into beasts under the cloak of darkness. Those who had once been trusted neighbors became suspect. How could one differentiate between man and monster when the moon waxed full and bright? Stories of transformation spread like wildfire, igniting imaginations and fueling paranoia. A villager named Ellen, once a cheerful widow, became the target of gossip. Her strange habit of roaming the woods, collecting herbs, and her uncanny ability to heal wounds made her an object of suspicion. Witch, they whispered behind closed doors. Werewolf? As night fell, Ellen could feel the weight of their stares, the sharpness of their fingers pointing in accusation. Yet it was not just her that the fear consumed. It gnawed at the very heart of Galdur. Men gathered at the tavern, their mugs filled not just with mead, but with tales spun from the weft of fear. Each story grew more extravagant than the last. A farmer turned beast, his screams echoing through the hills, a pack of wolves that was more than mere animals. Fueled by drink and dread, the men convinced themselves that a curse was upon them, a dark magic that turned kin against kin. Within the shadows, something was indeed stirring. The village was not merely ensnared by superstition. Disease had begun to weave its insidious web among the populace. The plague crept closer, a silent specter that hovered just beyond the edge of their lives, but it was the fear of werewolves that seized their hearts. The bite of rabies, with its foaming mouths and savage behavior, mirrored folklore so closely that it blurred the lines between reality and myth. People spoke of men who, once bitten, would howl at the moon, their humanity stripped away, leaving only a ravenous beast in its place. Old women, known for their wisdom, recounted tales of transformation, the lore of shapeshifters who could don the skins of animals, slipping into the night unrecognized. These warnings wrapped around the villagers like a shroud, shielding them from the truth of their own mortality. In a world where the stars were studied for signs and portents, the darkness of the human heart became a savagery that could not be contained. One fateful night, the moon hung heavy, casting an ominous glow over Galdur. A group of men, driven by a blend of fear and bravado, gathered torches and weapons, deciding to hunt the beast that stalked their dreams. They marched into the forest, hearts pounding, eyes wide with terror and excitement. Little did they know, the real monster was not lurking in the trees, but rather within the depths of their own fears. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed alive with rustling leaves and unsettling sounds. The shadows grew longer, and every snap of a twig sent shivers down their spines. The men huddled together, forming a wall of bravado, yet each felt the cold grip of dread. When they finally stumbled upon a clearing, it was not a wolf they found, but the torn remnants of their own humanity, reflected in bloodied hooves and frightened eyes of a deer. Panic swept through the group. "It's here! The beast!" one man yelled, and as if summoned by their cries, a howl echoed through the trees. It was not the howl of a wolf, but something more primal, a sound that echoed deep within their bones, awakening a fear buried for too long. The men turned to flee, their courage evaporating into the night, but the terror had already seeped into their souls. Back in the village, the atmosphere was electric with fear. Ellen, feeling the oppressive weight of the night, retreated to her cottage, her heart heavy with the burden of misunderstanding. Little did she know that the villagers were not just afraid of her, but of the very nature of what it meant to be human in a world that felt increasingly chaotic. The lines between good and evil blurred, and the threat of disease loomed large in their minds, pushing them to seek solace in the safety of familiar sins. As the villagers laid their heads to rest, dreams turned to nightmares. In their minds, wolves prowled, teeth bared, and once familiar faces turned into grotesque masks of horror. They clutched their loved ones tighter, their breaths shallow, haunted not only by the specter of disease that stalked the land, but by the very darkness that resided within. The moon continued to rise, casting its light over the troubled village of Galdur, a silent witness to a tale woven from fear, folklore, and the insatiable hunger for understanding in the face of the unknown. The night stretched on, alive with the echoes of howling winds, and somewhere in the shadows the truth waited, lurking just beyond their reach, ready to pounce on the next unsuspecting soul. The moon hung low over the restless sea, casting a ghostly sheen on the waves that whispered secrets of the deep. A lone sailor, hardened by years of ocean toil, stood at the edge of his ship, eyes scanning the horizon, heart thrumming with a mix of dread and exhilaration. Tales of the Kraken danced in his mind, swirling like fog around the mast. He had heard the stories, of course. Every sailor had. The fearsome creature lurking beneath the surface, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Its tentacles, thick as the stoutest ropes, could crush a ship with ease, dragging it down into the abyss where no light could reach. On a clear night, the sea looked inviting, but it was in those unassuming moments that danger often lurked. The sailors, bound by their code and camaraderie, shared hushed conversations about the Kraken, an ancient beast that had become a symbol of their greatest fears. When storms rolled in and the waves began to churn violently, their minds would conjure images of monstrous limbs rising from the depths, snatching men from the safety of the deck and pulling them into the cold, dark waters below. One such tale came from the lips of Old Man Cormac, a seasoned sailor whose weathered face was painted with the lines of countless storms. He recounted a night when the sea glimmered eerily under the moonlight, like a mirror reflecting a world unseen. The crew had laughed, dismissing his warnings as mere drunken ramblings. But then the laughter turned to silence as a low rumble echoed from the depths. The ship trembled as waves surged and crashed, twisting and turning like a serpent preparing to strike. Cormac, clutching the side of the boat, felt a chill creep up his spine as a massive shadow prowled beneath. "The water boiled and roiled," he would say, his voice a low growl, eyes wide with the memory. Then, out came the beast, tentacles whipping through the air like thunder. It wrapped around our ship, squeezing the life from her, and I swear I heard the screams of the lost echoing from the depths. No one dared to challenge him after that night, nor did they ever laugh at the tales of the Kraken again. Each sailor carried the weight of his story, a grim reminder of the fragile thread that held them to life on the water. As they sailed through fog and storm, each splash of salt water felt like the beast's breath, whispering warnings in their ears. The Kraken became more than a creature. It was a dark omen, an entity that reminded them that they were not masters of the ocean, but merely guests in a world that could swallow them whole. The ship's lanterns flickered in the evening breeze, casting long shadows that danced across the deck. There was a shared tension in the air, a knowledge that the ocean held mysteries far beyond their understanding. As they shared their meals, the younger sailors would lean closer, eyes wide, hanging on every word. Each story fed their imaginations, painting images of the great beast lurking just out of sight. The thrill of uncertainty coursed through them, binding them together in a shared bond of fear and excitement. One night, as the crew gathered around a flickering flame, a storm brewed on the horizon. The wind howled like a banshee, and the sky darkened ominously. With each crash of thunder, the heart of every sailor quickened. It was on nights like these that the stories of the Kraken felt most alive. They shared tales of ships lost without a trace, of crews that had disappeared as if swallowed by the very ocean they sailed. Once, a ship named the Mariner sailed these waters, an old hand announced, voice steady despite the chaos surrounding them. She was lost to the depths after encountering the beast. The captain swore he saw the Kraken rise from the waves, its eyes burning like coals, its mouth gaping wide like a maw of despair. They say the ship vanished without a sound, and all that remained was a silence that echoed through the waves. As he spoke, the waves crashed against the hull with an intensity that matched the pulse of their hearts. Each sailor felt an unspoken bond, a fear that fused them and a determination to survive whatever fate awaited them. They gripped their cutlasses tightly, the metal cool and reassuring in their hands. A storm could take them, but they wouldn't face it alone. They shared their terror and their hopes, weaving them into a tapestry of tales that would last through the ages. The sailor standing at the bow felt the salt spray on his face, mingling with the sweat of anxiety. The stories of the Kraken hung thick in the air as the wind howled around him. A shudder ran down his spine as he recalled the words of old Cormac. "Where the Kraken roams, no man returns." The creature had become a symbol of the unknown, a reminder that the ocean was not just a vast expanse of water, but a living entity capable of both beauty and terror. Suddenly, a sharp cry tore through the night. The lookout pointed toward the horizon, eyes wide with horror. A dark shape loomed in the water, shifting and writhing. The sailors froze, hearts racing as they glanced at one another, the stories of the Kraken rushing back to the forefront of their minds. Could it be? Had the beast come to claim them? As the ship pitched and rolled, the shadow beneath the surface grew larger, the very air crackling with anticipation. The sailors rushed to their posts, adrenaline surging through their veins. Every tale they had ever heard raced through their minds, each one a piece of the puzzle that had brought them to this moment. The Kraken was no longer merely a story. It was flesh and bone, a very real threat. With a roar of thunder, the waves exploded, and from the depths the Kraken rose. Tentacles surged forth, seeking their prey, slashing through the water with terrifying speed. Panic erupted on the ship as sailors scrambled to prepare for the onslaught. The creature's eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, mesmerizing and deadly. It was the embodiment of every fear they had ever felt, and in that moment, the stories of old came alive, intertwining with the very fabric of their reality. As they fought against the beast, the sea roared in fury, the conflict between man and monster reaching its climax. Each sailor's heart beat in rhythm with the pounding waves, a battle cry against the dark legacy of the Kraken. In the chaos, the stories of the fallen echoed louder, urging them forward, fueling their fight against despair. And as the storm raged and the Kraken writhed, the line between myth and truth blurred, leaving them teetering on the edge of a tale still waiting to be told, their fates bound to the depths that held more than just silence. On a misty night in ancient Ireland, the air hung heavy with a sense of foreboding. The moon, veiled by clouds, cast fleeting shadows upon the rolling hills, where whispers of the past echoed through the trees. Somewhere, beneath the silent stars, a heart-wrenching wail pierced the stillness, sending shivers down spines and stirring primal fears. The sound belonged to a banshee, a spectral figure draped in sorrow, embodying the very essence of loss and lamentation. Legends speak of the banshee as more than just a harbinger of death. She is a complex tapestry of female archetypes woven into the fabric of Irish mythology. With every wail, she carries stories of love, betrayal, and unfulfilled dreams, echoing the fates of countless women throughout history. In the shadows of the night, she reveals the layers of her being, inviting both dread and curiosity. In the tales passed down through generations, the banshee is often portrayed as a beautiful maiden, her hair flowing like dark silk, her eyes shimmering with the weight of untold sorrow. Yet she can also take on the form of a crone, her face etched with the lines of time, a fierce guardian of the lineage she mourns. She embodies the essence of life itself, nurturing yet terrifying, gentle yet fierce. Her presence is a reminder of the duality of the feminine spirit, one that can nurture life while simultaneously heralding its end. Countless stories depict the banshee's connection to specific families, passed from mother to daughter like an heirloom, each woman destined to carry her own sorrow. These familial ties speak of loyalty and love, echoing the sacrifices made for those they cherish. For every tear shed by the banshee, there is a story of a daughter who lost her way, a sister who sacrificed everything for her kin, or a mother who bore the weight of an entire lineage. The banshee becomes the voice for those who cannot speak, the guardian of fragmented destinies. Yet, the wail of the banshee is not merely an announcement of death, but also a summoning of memories buried deep within the hearts of those who hear her cry. In one tale, a young girl named Aisling heard the banshee's lament on the night of her father's passing. The sound wrapped around her like a shroud, heavy with the weight of grief. As she listened, Aisling felt the pulse of her ancestors in that mournful song, each note a reminder of love lost and the battles fought in silence. She realized she was not alone. The banshee was her kin, a manifestation of her own grief intertwined with a legacy of resilience. In another story, the banshee appears at twilight, her silhouette flickering like a candle in the dark. She stands at the crossroads, her eyes fierce and penetrating. Here, the tale of a warrior unfolds. As the warrior prepares for battle, he hears her wail, a fierce cry that compels him to reconsider his path. The banshee, in her ghostly beauty, becomes a symbol of conscience, urging him to remember not just the glory of victory, but the cost of war. Her sorrow resonates within him, a timeless reminder that every fight carries the weight of loss, that every triumph can be shadowed by grief. The power of the banshee lies not just in her lament, but in her ability to transform the lives of those who encounter her. She embodies the spirit of the land, a fierce protector of its history and its people. Through her haunting cries, she tells the stories of the ancient warriors, the brave women who stood beside them, and the dreams that slipped away into the night. In her presence, the past and present collide, creating an unbreakable bond between generations. As the tales of the banshee weave through the ages, they evolve, yet the core of her being remains unchanged. She is the whisper of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the echo of laughter mingled with tears. Her story is one of endurance, reminding all who hear her wail that sorrow and strength coexist, that the feminine spirit is resilient in the face of despair. In the quiet of the night, when the moonlight dances upon the hills, the banshee's call reverberates through the valleys. It is not just a signal of death, it is an invitation to remember, to reflect upon the lives lived and the love shared. Each soul she mourns adds to the tapestry of her existence, each story a thread weaving into the larger narrative of humanity. The myths surrounding the banshee are rich with historical depth, revealing how ancient societies viewed womanhood and the roles women played in both life and death. These legends serve as a mirror, reflecting the struggles and triumphs of women across time. They portray the banshee not merely as a figure of terror, but as a source of strength, a fierce protector of her lineage and a bearer of truth. As the night deepens, the atmosphere shifts. The banshee's wail can be heard not just as a cry of grief, but as a rallying cry for those who listen. In her voice there is urgency, a plea to honor the past while forging a new path forward. She beckons to the living, urging them to reclaim their stories, to remember the women who fought before them, whose sacrifices paved the way for the future. And as the world turns, the legend of the banshee continues, a constant reminder of the complexities of womanhood, of the strength and fragility that coexist within the female spirit. With every howl, she ignites the courage to face sorrow and to embrace the stories that shape us. Her cries linger in the air, weaving through the memories of those who walk the earth, forever intertwined with the tales of loss and love, forever echoing through the ages. In a dimly lit chamber adorned with ancient tapestries, a young knight stood before a flickering fire, his heart pounding in his chest. The flames danced, casting shadows that seemed to whisper secrets of valor and glory. He gazed at his newly crafted coat of arms, a striking image of a griffin perched majestically upon a shield. Its wings were outstretched, fierce and proud, a testament to his lineage and the legacy he was about to uphold. This mythical creature, a formidable blend of eagle and lion, was not merely an emblem, it was a promise of courage, strength, and the indomitable spirit of a warrior. Throughout history, the griffin has soared across the pages of time, capturing the imaginations of those who dared to dream. Its origins trace back to the ancient civilizations of Persia and Greece, where it was revered as a guardian of treasures and a symbol of divine protection. As the sun set over the crumbling ruins of old empires, whispers of the griffin traveled through the sands of time, making their way into the hearts of kings and nobles. They saw in the creature not just a guardian, but a reflection of their own aspirations, an embodiment of wisdom and power. As the knight held the shield aloft, a shiver ran down his spine, echoing the tales of those who had come before him. The griffin had soared in the banners of warriors during the Crusades, a fearless sentinel watching over the brave souls charging into battle. Many who carried its insignia believed they could channel its strength, that the creature's spirit would guide them through the chaos of war. The clash of swords and the cries of men were woven into the fabric of history, and the griffin stood tall in the midst of it all, a silent witness to both triumph and tragedy. The influence of the griffin extended far beyond the battlefield. It found its way into the courts of Europe, adorning the shields of the nobility and gracing the halls of castles. The creature represented not just individual valor, but the unity of families, a shared heritage that bound them together. The knights would boast of their lineage, claiming the griffin as their own, and with it the promise of loyalty and honor. As noble houses rose and fell, their coats of arms became a tapestry of stories, each thread woven with the essence of the griffin, a symbol of hope amid despair, and a reminder of the glory that once was. In the medieval world, the griffin was more than a symbol. It was a living legend. Artisans carved it into stone, painted it into manuscripts, and etched it into the very bones of history. The creature became a muse for artists, its fierce countenance inspiring masterpieces that captured the imagination of all who beheld them. The flicker of paintbrushes and the chisel against stone filled the air with a creative energy as the griffin leapt from the canvas into the hearts of the people. It stirred emotions, igniting a sense of wonder and reverence that transcended time. As the knight trained relentlessly, sweat glistening on his brow. The tales of the griffin pulsed through him, urging him to fight for a cause greater than himself. He could hear the echoes of the past, the clamor of armor and the rallying cries of his ancestors. Each stroke of his sword felt like a dance with destiny, and the griffin's spirit loomed large within him. It was a harmony of fear and excitement, a bittersweet blend of what it meant to fight for honor and legacy. Amidst the growing tensions of the era, the griffin's symbolism began to evolve. No longer was it simply a creature of war, it became a herald of knowledge and enlightenment. As universities blossomed across Europe, scholars sought wisdom, celebrating the griffin as the protector of truth and enlightenment. The creature graced the pages of illuminated texts, representing the marriage of intellect and bravery. It danced across the parchment, urging scholars to pursue their quests for knowledge, to seek out the treasures hidden in the vast expanse of the mind. With the dawn of the Renaissance, the griffin soared higher, becoming a representation of human potential and creativity. Artists painted it in vibrant hues, capturing its essence in ways that made it feel almost alive. The creature was no longer just a guardian. It was a beacon of hope in a world awakening to new ideas and possibilities. The imagination blossomed, and the griffin became a part of a greater narrative, inspiring innovators and thinkers to reach for the stars. As the knight prepared for his first battle, his heart raced, the weight of history heavy upon his shoulders. He was not just fighting for his life, he was fighting for the legacy of those who had come before him, for the stories of valor that had been etched into the very fabric of his being. With each clash of steel, he felt the presence of the griffin at his side, a powerful ally urging him onward. The air crackled with tension, and as the battle raged around him, the knight became one with the spirit of the griffin, a symbol of hope against the darkness. In the aftermath of conflict, as the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded, the knight stood victorious. He raised his shield high, the griffin shining in the sunlight, a reminder of the trials he had faced and the strength he had found. The stories of the griffin were alive in him, and as he looked to the horizon, he realized that the legend would continue to inspire countless others. The creature, with its fierce heart and noble spirit, would forever remain a symbol of striving against adversity, a testament to the human spirit's resilience. In the grand tapestry of history, where myth and reality intertwine, the griffin remains a timeless icon. It is a bridge connecting the past with the present, a tale that echoes through the ages. As new generations rise, they will look to the griffin, seeking its strength and wisdom. The knight, now a seasoned warrior, understands that the true power of the griffin lies not just in its fearsome image but in the stories it carries, the dreams it inspires, and the hope it ignites in the hearts of all who dare to believe. In the flickering light of a candlelit scriptorium, a monk hunched over a weathered parchment, his quill scratching furiously as he brought life to a creature of myth. A unicorn. The air was thick with the scent of ink and the distant sound of a church bell tolling, marking the passage of time as he poured his heart into his work. This creature, elusive and enchanting, danced through his mind. It was not just a figment of his imagination, but a symbol of purity and strength. As he inked the final strokes, he felt a shiver course through him, a sense of magic and reality intertwining. Medieval bestiaries, those grand compendiums of animals both real and imagined, were filled with vivid accounts that stirred the hearts of readers and listeners alike. Each page turned revealed the wondrous and the bizarre, but none captured the imagination quite like the unicorn. In the pages of these ancient texts, the unicorn was described as a horse-like creature, white as snow with a spiraled horn protruding from its forehead, a symbol of grace and purity. It wasn't merely a beast, it was a spiritual being, an embodiment of untouched innocence roaming the enchanted forests of the world. The monk paused, his mind racing with tales of the unicorn's legendary powers. It was said that the touch of its horn could purify water and heal the sick. People whispered about its ability to sense the presence of evil, a guardian of virtue in a world often shrouded in darkness. The stories echoed through the ages, passed from lips to ears, each telling adding a layer of wonder. Yet, as the monk continued to write, a small seed of doubt crept into his mind. Was the unicorn truly as it had been described, or was it merely a reflection of humanity's deepest desires? As the ink dried, he recalled a tale he had heard from a traveling merchant, a story of a young maiden who had lured a unicorn into her presence with the promise of her purity. She sat patiently in the forest clearing, her heart thundering with anticipation. The unicorn appeared, majestic and serene, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. But as it approached, distant sounds broke the tranquility. The hunters on horseback were closing in, hungry for the creature's horn, believed to hold untold riches. The moment shattered like glass, and in that instant the unicorn vanished, leaving only the maiden with a heart full of longing and a lingering question. Did it ever truly exist? In the shadows of the scriptorium, the monk felt his pulse quicken. The legends were rich, but perhaps they were woven from the fabric of dreams, stitched together by fear and longing. The unicorn was not just a creature of flesh and blood. It evolved into a metaphor for the unattainable, a beacon of hope in a world filled with despair. As the stories spread, so too did the misconceptions. Each retelling morphed the unicorn into something more than it could ever be, a magical being that could only exist in the bright corners of the imagination. In a distant village, a young girl named Elara listened intently to the tales of the unicorn as the village elder spun his yarns by the fire. Her eyes sparkled with wonder as smoke curled upwards, and the flames danced like the vibrant stories being told. She dreamed of finding a unicorn, of becoming a part of its world. With every word, her heart grew heavier with the weight of desire, a longing that most would never understand. Yet, around her, the adults exchanged knowing glances, their laughter carrying a note of disbelief. They had heard the stories too, but their hearts had hardened against the magic of youth. How could one believe in such things when the harshness of life loomed just outside their doors? But Elara was undeterred. She ventured into the woods each day, drawing sketches of the creature she had yet to see, believing that her faith would make it real. The forest embraced her, wrapping her in its natural beauty, but it was the whispers of the wind that kept her hope alive. There were times she thought she caught a glimpse of white among the trees, just a flash, but it was enough to keep her spirit soaring. As twilight painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, her heart raced with anticipation. What if tonight was the night she would finally meet the unicorn? Back in the scriptorium, the monk wrestled with the duality of truth and fiction. He contemplated the role of the unicorn in society, a symbol of hope for the faithful, a target for the greedy. In this world where faith collided with greed, was it any wonder that the stories became more embellished, more fantastical? The unicorn's horn transformed into a coveted prize, sought after by kings and scholars alike, promising wealth and wisdom. The lines between reality and fantasy blurred further still. Yet there was a deeper truth that lingered in the air, a truth that hovered just out of reach. Perhaps the true magic of the unicorn lay not in its horn or its beauty, but in its ability to inspire kindness, to spark dreams, and to remind humanity of purity amidst chaos. It was a creature that urged people to look beyond the ordinary, to chase after the extraordinary. The monk sighed, realizing that whether the unicorn had ever existed in flesh or was merely a figment of collective imagination mattered little. What truly counted was the hope it inspired, the light it brought to dark corners of the world. In the woods, Ilara felt a change in the air. The trees rustled with urgency, as if they sensed something profound. With every cautious step, her heart beat louder, drowning out her fears. She was no longer just a girl chasing a dream. She was a symbol of faith, embodying everyone who had ever dared to believe in the impossible. The night embraced her, and with it came the promise of magic just beyond the horizon. The moment was electric, charged with an energy that made the hair on her arms stand on end. The monk, too, was caught in a whirlwind of emotion, feeling the pull of the unicorn's mythos tugging at his very soul. He realized that the bestiary was not just about cataloging the world. It was about capturing the essence of humanity itself. The unicorn, with all its beauty and enigma, was a reflection of dreams, fears, and the unyielding spirit of those who dared to hope for more. As Ilara ventured deeper into the forest, the wind picked up, carrying with it the faint sound of hooves against the earth. Echoing through the lush greenery, the air crackled with suspense, a moment suspended in time, where reality could shift and the impossible could emerge from the shadows. In that heartbeat, the world felt alive as never before, taut with anticipation, yet steeped in the weight of dreams that had been born long before. The stories of the unicorn, both real and imagined, spiraled around them, threading their lives together with a shared longing. Whether in the dim light of the scriptorium or the enchanted depths of the forest, the quest for truth continued to unfold, an eternal dance between fact and fiction, hope and despair. A cycle unbroken, weaving through time, binding the hearts of those who dared to believe. In the dim, flickering light of a fire, shadows danced on the cave walls, creating shapes that twisted and turned like the very creatures of myth. The fire crackled, sending embers spiraling up into the night sky, while outside the world lay cloaked in darkness. Around the fire, a group of wide-eyed children listened intently to the stories of dragons, fierce, magnificent beings woven into the fabric of their ancestors' tales. Their hearts raced with excitement and fear, for dragons were not just creatures of legend, they were symbols of power, wisdom, and even destruction, each tale richer with emotion and history than the last. Far to the east, within the lush landscapes of China, dragons were revered as symbols of strength and good fortune. With long, serpentine bodies and vibrant scales shimmering like jewels, they soared through the skies, rainmakers and protectors of the realm. The ancient emperors believed they were descendants of these majestic beasts, sporting the dragon's emblem on their robes during grand ceremonies, instilling awe and reverence in their subjects. The annual Dragon Boat Festival celebrated their power as boats glided across the water, mimicking the rhythm of dragon movements. The children of the rivers, armed with colorful banners and drums, created a spectacle that echoed through the mountains as they sought the blessings of dragon spirits to ensure bountiful harvests. Meanwhile, in the frost-bitten lands of Scandinavia, another story unfolded. Here, dragons were often seen as terrifying adversaries. Tales of fierce warriors like Sigurd were legendary, recounting how he faced the great dragon Fafnir, a monster with scales so tough that they turned aside swords. The chilling air seemed to carry the echoes of metal clashing against scales as the tension mounted. Sigurd, driven by courage and a thirst for glory, plunged his sword into the beast's heart, a scene that sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it. Dragons in these tales were not just creatures to be feared. They represented the inner battles of every hero, the struggle between good and evil, courage and cowardice. As the sun rose and set, the myths of dragons traveled across lands and oceans, intertwining as cultures met and mingled. In the Americas, the feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl soared through the skies, a symbol of creation and life. The Aztecs revered this dragon-like deity, believing it brought rain, crops, and wisdom. The vibrant colors of its feathers painted the sky, filling the hearts of people with hope and awe. Each spring, rituals were performed to appease Quetzalcoatl, filled with music, dance, and offerings. The earth seemed to pulse with a sacred energy as the people came together, their voices rising in harmony, hoping to connect with the celestial being that watched over them. As the children at the fire leaned in closer, they could almost feel the warmth of these dragons. Their imaginations soared alongside the creatures they had come to know through tales of bravery and adventure. But then, like a sudden gust of wind, the tone shifted. In the depths of the Indian subcontinent, the fearsome Naga appeared. These serpent-like entities, half human and half dragon, were protectors of water and the underworld, yet their dual nature embodied both benevolence and malice. The stories told of mighty Naga kings who guarded treasures with fierce loyalty, yet also brought chaos to those who dared to disturb their domain. The children could feel the tension in the air, the stories growing darker, as the presence of the Naga loomed over them like a storm cloud brewing in the distance. In the jungled heart of Southeast Asia, dragons took on a different guise altogether. They were often depicted as benevolent beings, guardians of the land. The majestic Naga, gliding through the waters, wrapped itself around ancient temples, ensuring they remained sacred and untouched. Festivals honoring these water spirits filled the air with laughter and joy, as families gathered to pay respect and share their hopes. Yet lurking beneath the surface was a reminder that even the most benevolent dragons could unleash their fury, flooding the fields and bringing devastation when angered. The children listened, wide-eyed, as they felt the pulse of life itself echo through each story, understanding that dragons were as complex as the world around them. In the Mediterranean, dragons twisted through the annals of history. The Greeks spoke of Ladon, the dragon who guarded the golden apples in the garden of the Hesperides, a fierce protector of treasures that were sought after by heroes. Tales of Jason and the Argonauts filled their hearts with courage as they imagined themselves embarking on epic quests against impossible odds. The golden apples shimmered in their minds, a symbol of adventure and ambition that drove them forward. Yet, the sight of Ladon, coiled and ready to strike, reminded them that great rewards often came at a steep price. Across the ocean and time, legends of dragons continued to evolve. In each culture, they took on new shapes, representing the hopes and fears of the people who breathed life into them. Each tale whispered of humanity's struggle, love, and conflict, as the dragons embodied both the best and worst of the human spirit. With every flick of a tail, every roar that echoed through valleys, the children felt a connection, a bridge between the past and their own dreams of bravery. As the fire began to flicker and wane, the stories lingered in the air, igniting the imaginations of those gathered. The tales of dragons, fierce and kind, destructive and nurturing, wove a tapestry of emotions that bound them together. Just as their ancestors had, the children understood that dragons, whether feared or revered, were reflections of their own journeys, a timeless reminder of the battles fought within and the glories waiting to be claimed beyond every horizon. The darkness loomed just outside, but within the warmth of the fire, they felt the power of myth coursing through their veins, daring them to dream of their own adventures yet to come. The ancient stones of Knossos whispered legends long before anyone dared to interpret their meaning. Shadows danced across the walls, flickering like the memories of the Minotaur, a creature born of myth and tragedy, lurking in the labyrinth of human imagination. In this place, the air was thick with secrets, each echo of footsteps on the cool stone sending shivers down the spine, mingling with the breath of history. Throughout the ages, the tale of the Minotaur, half man, half bull, has gripped the hearts of many. But what if this tale, so often dismissed as mere fantasy, held a grain of truth? What if the labyrinth was not just a figment of a storyteller's mind, but a real construction, built to conceal an unspeakable horror? Archaeologists, with their tools and dreams, have tried to piece together the fragments of this ancient puzzle, revealing layers of myth and reality intertwined like fabric in a grand tapestry. At the center of this archaeological pursuit lies the Minoan civilization, thriving on the island of Crete around 2000 to 1400 BCE. The discovery of the palace at Knossos in the early 20th century was like stumbling upon a treasure chest, overflowing with artifacts and stories waiting to be told. The palatial complex, with its sprawling courtyards, impressive frescoes, and intricate plumbing, suggested a society advanced in art and engineering. Yet, among the vibrant murals of dancing figures and prowling lions, there were hints that something darker lay beneath the beauty. One striking fresco depicted a figure leaping over a bull, a breathtaking athletic display that hinted at the significance of these creatures in Minoan culture. The bull, revered and feared, symbolized power, fertility, and perhaps a connection to the divine. Could these images reflect a society that worshipped a bull deity, or was it something more sinister? The evidence felt like a heartbeat, throbbing through the ruins, suggesting that the Minotaur might embody the very essence of conflict within human nature, our primal instincts battling against societal norms. As excavations continued, more evidence emerged. Caves, sacred and foreboding, dotted the landscape of Crete, their dark mouths leading into the earth, as if inviting those brave enough to confront their deepest fears. Artifacts discovered in these caves, figurines of bull-headed men, pottery inscribed with intricate designs, and offerings of food, painted a picture of rituals that might have been performed to appease a lurking terror. The offerings hinted at a society that feared what lay beyond the veil of the known world. They feared the Minotaur. But it wasn't just the caves that held secrets. The ruins of the palace itself revealed a complex network of rooms and corridors designed in a way that seemed to confound even the most astute of navigators. The layout sparked theories of a labyrinth, where the Minotaur might have roamed, feeding on the offerings that were made in desperation. Could these passages have been designed not just for protection, but to trap a beast born of both man's darkest fears and deepest desires? The tension in the air thickened, as if the very stones were alive, holding their breath in anticipation. Scholars argued over the interpretations, each new find sparking heated debates, fueling the fire of curiosity. Some saw the Minotaur as a representation of the duality of man, the beast within that craves chaos and violence, counterbalanced by the civility of society. Others envisioned a metaphor for the struggles of life on a turbulent island, where nature's ferocity demanded respect and reverence. These interpretations, rich in emotion and philosophical implications, sent chills down the spine of any who dared to think deeply about the implications of the Minotaur's existence. The ancient Greeks would later embellish the tale, adding layers of heroism and tragedy, yet even in those retellings the essence remained: a creature destined to face a hero, a confrontation inevitable as night follows day. The hero, Theseus, wielding courage and cunning, ventured into the labyrinth, armed with a thread to find his way back. But what if the true nature of courage was not found in the act of slaying a beast, but in understanding it? The real challenge lay not in the monster's death, but in grasping the darkness that exists within all humanity. As scholars continued to sift through the sand and stone, more artifacts emerged, fragmentary pieces whispering tales of worship, ritual, and sacrifice. A small clay tablet, inscribed with symbols, hinted at a cult dedicated to the Minotaur, its presence in the community both revered and feared. What did these people think as they offered their prayers? Did they see the Minotaur as a god, a monstrous deity that demanded sacrifice, or were they simply trying to make sense of their own chaotic world? The air crackled with anticipation as each artifact was unearthed. It was as if the past was reaching out, begging for acknowledgement. The specter of the Minotaur loomed, not just as a creature of myth, but as a reflection of a civilization grappling with its own identity, its own darkness. The tension spiraled, a taut thread pulling the archaeologists closer to the heart of the enigma. With every discovery, the labyrinth of interpretation widened, beckoning them to plunge deeper into the psychological complexities of the stories that had survived through the ages. In the shadows of Knossos, where history and myth intertwined, the Minotaur stood silently, waiting for the next brave soul to approach. His presence was palpable, a ghost of humanity's fears, dreams, and struggles. The walls, once merely stones, became a living narrative, a constantly evolving story that refused to fade into oblivion. Each crack held the memory of lives lived and lost, dreams shattered, and aspirations ignited. As dusk fell over the ruins, enveloping them in an eerie silence, the whispers of the past grew louder, echoing through time. The Minotaur's tale was far from over. It continued to resonate, a timeless reminder that every shadow holds a story, waiting to be told. The creatures of our own making, monsters lurking in the corners of our minds, remain ever present, challenging us to confront the labyrinth within ourselves. And as the moon rose high, casting a silver light over the ancient stones, it became clear. The quest for understanding, for connection, and for redemption would persist, entwining itself with the very essence of humanity. The ocean stretches endlessly, its surface shimmering under the sun, a vast, enchanting world. Beneath the waves, however, lies a cacophony of sound, a symphony that most will never hear. The songs of the sea are more than just noise. They are a powerful language of communication, a vital thread connecting the creatures that inhabit the deep. Whales sing haunting melodies that can travel for miles, their voices echoing through the water, calling to one another in a timeless dance. In ancient times, sailors spoke of sirens, mystical beings who lured mariners to their doom with their captivating songs. These tales, draped in myth, held kernels of truth. The enchanting sounds of the ocean can indeed draw one in, as if the water itself whispers secrets long kept. The Greeks believed that the sirens used their voices to entice sailors, leading them to rocky shores. The allure of their songs was irresistible, and many ships foundered on the jagged rocks, swallowed by the sea. Those early myths evoke a sense of wonder and caution, reminding us of the power sound holds over emotions and actions. Fast forward to today, and the siren's call resonates not just in folklore but in the scientific community, where researchers strive to understand the significance of sound in marine life. Every splash, every call, and every click plays a crucial role in the survival of ocean creatures, shaping their interactions, migrations, and even their reproductive strategies. The blue whale, the largest animal ever to roam the earth, emits a series of low-frequency moans that can be heard over hundreds of miles. These haunting calls are not merely for show, they serve as a beacon in the vast, featureless ocean. With every deep, resonant sound, the blue whale connects with others of its kind, sharing information about food sources, locations, and potential dangers. It's a form of communication that has evolved over millions of years, intricately woven into the fabric of their existence. Tales of the ocean's music are not limited to the largest creatures. Dolphins, with their playful nature, engage in a social symphony. Their clicks and whistles create an elaborate language that conveys emotions, warnings, and even personal identification. A mother dolphin will sing a unique signature whistle that her calf recognizes, a sonic lifeline in the sprawling depths of the sea. It's heartwarming and poignant, a reminder that sound is a bridge connecting families, even beneath the waves. However, not all sounds in the ocean are sweet melodies. The clamor of human activity has turned tranquil waters into a chaotic soundscape. Ships, sonar devices, and industrial noise drown out the songs of marine life, creating a cacophony that disrupts essential communications among ocean animals. Whales can become disoriented, their migratory patterns skewed, and their feeding habits disrupted, leading to tragic consequences. The sirens of the past may have been mythological, but in reality, it is humans who threaten to drown out the voices of the sea. The research conducted in recent decades reveals an alarming truth. Many marine species rely on sound for survival. In some cases, these animals are simply unable to compete with the overwhelming noise pollution. The majestic humpback whale, known for its intricate songs during mating, has seen a decline in numbers, with scientists believing that disrupted communication is a significant factor. The songs that once filled the ocean with beauty now struggle to penetrate the clamor of our world. As scientists listen more intently to the ocean, they are beginning to uncover stories hidden beneath the surface. The complex interactions between species are revealed through the lens of sound. A study in the waters off the coast of Hawaii unveiled the astonishing phenomenon of fish using sound to establish territory and attract mates. The subtle crackling of the fish's calls creates a tapestry of sound that intertwines with the songs of whales and the clicks of dolphins, forming an intricate web of life that hinges on auditory cues. One can only imagine the emotions that surge through the ocean as these sounds collide and entwine. The vibrant colors of coral reefs pulse with life, while the haunting songs of the humpback whales echo through the currents, weaving a story of survival and connection. Each note is a reminder of the delicate balance that exists in the marine environment, a beautiful yet fragile ecosystem shaped by sound. At the same time, the urgency of these findings chills the heart. As researchers work tirelessly to understand the mysteries of oceanic sound, they are met with a stark reality. Time is not on their side. Climate change, overfishing, and pollution threaten the very songs that define marine life. The siren songs of old, once filled with promise, now carry an undercurrent of warning. It's a race against time to preserve the melodies of the ocean before they are silenced forever. The allure of the water remains as strong as ever. Fishermen still cast their nets. Children giggle on sandy shores, and lovers stroll hand in hand along the beach. Yet, beneath this picturesque scene lies a world struggling to be heard. The call of the ocean remains, echoing the urgency of its inhabitants, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all life. In this vast blue expanse, the ocean sings its songs, some full of joy, others tinged with sorrow. The future of marine life hangs in the balance, a haunting melody that resonates through the hearts of those who listen. As the waves lap gently against the shore, the sirens continue their eternal call, weaving together history, science, and emotion in a complex tapestry that reminds us of the fragility of life beneath the surface. Just beyond the horizon, a whale breaches the surface, releasing a mist of water vapor that glints in the sunlight. A song rises from the depths, a haunting and beautiful call that carries with it the weight of existence. It is a reminder that the ocean, with its siren songs, is not just a body of water, but a living, breathing entity. And as long as there are those willing to listen, the story of the sea will continue to unfold, enticing and entrancing all who are drawn to its depths. The earth trembles softly, a rhythmic heartbeat that whispers of ancient power. Before the chaos unfolds, there's an eerie calm that hangs in the air, thick and heavy, as if the world itself holds its breath. It is in this fleeting moment, teetering on the edge of tranquility, that something remarkable is poised to erupt. The ground shakes again, this time more violently, as if a giant is waking from a long slumber. Then, suddenly, the earth explodes in a fiery display of nature's raw might. Volcanic eruptions, the very essence of the phoenix, remind humanity of its place in the grand tapestry of life. From the fiery depths of the Earth's crust, molten rock bursts forth, painting the sky with hues of orange, red, and ash gray. Long before modern scientists scratched the surface of understanding, ancient civilizations regarded these flames as divine. The Romans believed that the explosive Mount Vesuvius was the forge of Vulcan, the god of fire, while the Greeks viewed volcanic activity as warnings from the gods themselves, a fierce reminder of their power. As the lava flows down the mountainside, it devours everything in its path. Trees that once whispered secrets to the wind are reduced to charred skeletons, and homes that sheltered families for generations crumble under the searing heat. In the aftermath, silence falls over the landscape. The vibrant colors of nature are replaced with desolation, a stark reminder of the ferocity of the eruption. Yet, even in this destruction, there is an undeniable beauty, the haunting remnants of life intertwined with the raw power of nature. Across the years, the eruption of Mount St. Helens in 1980 stood as a testament to this duality. The majestic mountain, a symbol of the Pacific Northwest, erupted with a thunderous roar that echoed through the valleys. The eruption scattered ash over 11 states, plunging the sun into darkness for hours. Witnesses described the scenes of chaos, where clouds of ash floated like ghostly apparitions above the landscape. But as the smoke cleared, life began to reclaim its territory. Flowers broke through the ash, and the resilient spirit of the earth emerged once more, showcasing nature's extraordinary ability to renew itself. In that dance between destruction and rebirth, the imagery of the phoenix embodies the essence of these natural phenomena. After the flames have danced and the earth has settled, life finds a way to return. The ground, once scorched and barren, is nourished by the very ashes that threatened it. In Hawaii, for instance, the steady flow of lava from Kilauea has created new land, an ever-growing island filled with rich nutrients. This cycle of devastation and renewal evokes emotions of awe and wonder, reminding us of the intricate balance between chaos and harmony that governs our world. The ancient city of Pompeii, forever frozen in time, tells a haunting story of volcanic fury. The eruption of Vesuvius in 79 AD caught its residents off guard, encasing them in layers of ash. As the years passed, the city lay buried, a silent witness to the lives lost and the stories untold. Today, excavated streets reveal snapshots of a vibrant society, preserved in haunting detail. The petrified forms of those who face the eruption remind us of the fragility of human life against the might of nature. Yet, even in the shadows of their tragic end, the remnants of Pompeii stand as a tribute to resilience, a reminder that life, like the phoenix, can rise again. In the quiet moments after a volcanic eruption, as the world begins to breathe once more, there lies a profound sense of hope. Creatures of all kinds venture back into the charred landscapes, unfazed by the destruction that once ruled their home. Birds soar above, their songs echoing against the newfound silence, while wildflowers push through the hardened earth, unyielding in their quest for life. This dance of survival, played out against the backdrop of devastation, pulls at the heartstrings, evoking a powerful sense of connection to the cycle of existence. As scientists study the remnants of past eruptions, they piece together the story of the Earth's fiery heart. The history etched in volcanic rock reveals tales of ancient societies, their triumphs and tragedies marked by the wrath of nature. Each layer of ash tells a story, a fragment of life captured in the swirling chaos of time. The imagery of the phoenix emerges once again, symbolizing the enduring spirit of those who came before us, their lives forever entwined with the forces of nature. The wild unpredictability of volcanic eruptions serves as a stark reminder of our place in the natural world, a world where we are but fleeting sparks amidst a backdrop of timeless power. The Earth's fiery breath can create islands, destroy cities, and shape landscapes in a single moment. As the ground shakes and the skies darken, an undeniable energy courses through the air, igniting a primal instinct to survive. It is this instinct that echoes the timeless tale of the phoenix, always poised to rise once more from the ashes, reminding humanity of its resilience in the face of overwhelming odds. Eruptions are more than just geological events. They are a symphony of life and death, creation and destruction. The beauty of this natural phenomenon lies not only in its ferocity but also in its ability to inspire awe and reverence. As the smoke clears and the sun shines down upon the blackened earth, glimmers of life begin to emerge, painting a picture of hope amid despair. Each eruption leaves behind not just destruction, but also fertile ground, a canvas for new beginnings. The cycle continues, a never-ending story of nature's power and grace, drawing all who witness it into its embrace. And beneath it all, the phoenix waits, a symbol of rebirth that calls out to those who have lived through the fire and emerged transformed. It is a reminder that from the ashes of destruction, something beautiful can always rise. A full moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie silver light over a quiet village nestled in the woods. The air was thick with anticipation, as whispered tales of the beast prowling the night sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to listen. This was no ordinary night. It was a night steeped in legends, a night when the line between man and monster blurred, inviting terror to dance on the fringes of reality. Throughout history, the figure of the werewolf has haunted the nightmares of countless cultures, each interpreting the creature in its own way. In ancient Greece, tales of Lycaon, a king transformed into a wolf by the wrath of Zeus, illustrated the fear of man's bestial nature. It was a warning, a reflection of the darkness that lurked within. The Greeks spoke of the lycanthrope, a word that would echo through time, binding together countless stories of transformation and savagery. As children shivered under their blankets, their imaginations conjured images of fur and fangs. They were unknowingly part of a legacy that spanned millennia. In Norse mythology, the wolf was both feared and revered. Odin, the All-Father, was often accompanied by two wolves, Geri and Freki. Yet the tales of the berserkers, ferocious warriors who donned wolfskins, showed a darker side. As they fought in frenzied battles, their human forms fell away, revealing the savage beasts within. The Norse saw this duality as a powerful connection to nature, yet it also served as a chilling reminder of the thin veil that separated humanity from the wild. In medieval Europe, fear of werewolves reached a fever pitch. The witch hunts were not just about sorcery. They encompassed those who were believed to possess the dark gift of lycanthropy. Villagers recounted stories of neighbors who vanished under the moonlight, only to return with blood on their hands and howls in their throats. The infamous trial of Peter Stump in 1589 sent shockwaves across the continent. Accused of being a werewolf, Stump's grisly confessions under the duress of torture ignited hysteria. He claimed to have feasted on the flesh of children, and crowds gathered to witness his execution, hungry for justice against the beast that dwelled among them. The fear was palpable. Suggestive murmurs about a neighbor's odd behavior or a strange mark on their skin could lead to accusations that spiraled out of control. The werewolf became a symbol of societal anxieties, a reflection of the darkness lurking in humanity. Villagers would whisper tales of how a person might transform when the moon was at its brightest, and with each retelling, the legend grew, feeding on the fears and imaginations of those who dared to listen. Across the world, interpretations of werewolves intertwined with local myths. In Africa, the belief in werehyenas emerged, where humans could shift into these cunning predators. These tales often focused on the themes of trickery and betrayal, warning of the dangers of a friend-turned-foe under the cloak of night. Meanwhile, in Native American folklore, the shapeshifter was revered as a powerful being, embodying the spirit of the coyote or wolf. Here, transformation was not merely about darkness, it was about connection to nature and the spirit world, a duality that resonated across cultures. Each society left its mark, each story a thread in the tapestry of human experience. From the remote villages in Eastern Europe to the bustling streets of medieval towns, the werewolf remained a haunting presence. It whispered to the child who dared to wander too far from home, warning them of the dangers that lay beyond the safety of their hearth. The stories changed, adapted, and evolved, but the core emotion remained the same: fear of the unknown, the other. As the centuries passed, literature began to mirror society's obsession. In the 19th century, authors like Bram Stoker and Guy Endore penned tales that blended horror with morality, capturing the essence of what it meant to be human. The werewolf became a metaphor for repressed desires and societal norms, a creature that reflected the struggle within. The transformation was not just physical, it was a representation of the battle between civility and primal instinct. Their works sparked imaginations, igniting fear and fascination as readers devoured the words, hungry for more. Hollywood soon caught on, feeding the beast that had been lurking in the shadows of cultural consciousness. The 1935 film Werewolf of London unleashed a new wave of interpretations, while the iconic Wolfman in 1941 solidified the werewolf's place in popular culture. With every howl and every transformation, cinema brought the creature to life, forcing audiences to confront their own fears. The werewolf transformed from a folkloric tale into a figure that danced on the silver screen, embodying both terror and allure. Yet, beneath the surface of entertainment, a historical truth simmered. The trials, the accusations, the societal fears, these were rooted in a reality that many had faced. The werewolf was a catch-all for what lay outside societal norms. To be different, to stray from the path, often meant being branded as a monster. And as the moon waxed and waned, so did public perception, casting shadows not just on individuals, but on entire communities. The 20th century saw the werewolf evolve once again. New interpretations emerged, blending horror with themes of identity, sexuality, and the struggle for acceptance. Films and books began to question the nature of monstrosity, posing a singular question: what does it mean to be human? The werewolf, once a mere beast of folklore, became a complex symbol of inner turmoil, rage, and the desire to break free from societal chains. As the clock ticks toward midnight, the full moon rises once more, and the whispers in dark alleys grow louder. The werewolf, a figure of both dread and fascination, continues to provoke thought and stir emotion. The stories that have traveled through time remind us that beneath our civilized exteriors, there lies a wildness waiting to emerge. The transformation is not just a physical act, it is a journey into the depths of our own humanity. In the shadows, beneath the weight of centuries of tales, another chapter waits to unfold, hinting that the story of the werewolf is far from over. The moon is high, the night is alive, and somewhere a howl pierces the stillness, beckoning the next generation to listen, to fear, and perhaps to understand. The storm raged around the ship, waves crashing like thunder against the hull. Sailors clung to the rigging, their faces pale with fear, as the dark clouds twisted ominously above. Amidst the chaos, a distant shadow loomed beneath the water, something vast and ancient, its tentacles undulating with a life of their own. The kraken, a creature of nightmares, had awoken. This beast of the deep has long been a subject of fascination, igniting the imaginations of artists and writers through the ages. Its image has slithered through the pages of history, from ancient maps where monstrous sea creatures were drawn in ink alongside distant lands, to stunning illustrations that made hearts race with both terror and wonder. The kraken represents the unknown, the primal fear of the ocean's depths. In the 13th century, tales of the kraken first surfaced in Norse sagas, where seafaring heroes spun yarns of giant cephalopods capable of dragging entire ships into the abyss. These tales spread like wildfire among sailors, who, with every creak of their vessels, felt the weight of dread resting on their shoulders. The kraken became a symbol of the ocean's fury, a reminder of nature's power that even the bravest could not tame. In these stories, the creature was portrayed as both a villain and a force of nature, blurring the lines between monster and god. As the centuries rolled on, the kraken's visage found its way into the works of poets and painters. In the 18th century, The artist Hans Andersen Bruckner brought the creature to life through elaborate illustrations in natural history books, showcasing its massive tentacles and hypnotic gaze. The illustrations were stunning yet haunting, inviting viewers to both admire and fear the creature lurking in the depths. People marveled at the artistry, yet they felt a chill run down their spines, an eerie acknowledgement that perhaps there was a kernel of truth hidden within these artful renderings. The Kraken's presence continued to grow, a powerful motif in literary works. In Alfred Tennyson's poem, The Kraken, the creature is depicted as a titan sleeping beneath the waves, waiting for the moment to rise again. Tennyson's words painted a vivid picture, and the haunting lines echoed in the minds of his readers, evoking a sense of melancholy and dread. "There hath he lain for ages," he wrote, capturing the essence of the beast's eternal slumber and the fear it inspired. The poem reminded all who read it of the mysteries and dangers lurking just beneath the surface. In the 19th century, Jules Verne's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea thrust the Kraken into the limelight once more. Captain Nemo and his crew encountered a terrifying creature, a leviathan that could crush submarines with its powerful limbs. Verne's detailed description swept readers away into a world of adventure. Yet they also awakened a primal fear of the vast, uncharted waters. The images of the Kraken became entangled with the dreams of explorers and the nightmares of sailors who dared to venture into the deep. The Kraken leapt from the pages of literature into the world of film, where its legacy transformed yet again. In 1956, the creature was immortalized in the classic film 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, directed by Richard Fleischer. Viewers were captivated by the special effects that brought to life the monstrous tentacles thrashing about the Nautilus, creating tension that was palpable. Gasps filled theaters as the creature's massive shadow engulfed the screen. A visual spectacle that left crowds breathless and clamoring for more. The Kraken was no longer just a mythical beast, it became a cinematic icon, forever etched in the annals of film history. As time went on, the Kraken continued to evolve. In the 2006 blockbuster Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest, it re-emerged, a nightmarish blend of glitching CGI and haunting melodies. As the pirates fought for their lives, audiences sat on the edge of their seats, heartbeats racing with each flash of the creature's monstrous form. The film transformed the Kraken into a tragic hero, a being torn between darkness and obligation. Further complicating our relationship with this legendary creature. Yet, amidst the terror and spectacle, the Kraken has also inspired compassion. Artists have portrayed it as a misunderstood guardian of the ocean, an ancient being protecting its watery realm. These interpretations challenge the audience's perceptions, asking them to reconsider their own fears. Could the monster be more than just a villain? Could it be a reflection of humanity's own struggles, a symbol of the deep, dark emotions we often hide? The images of the Kraken continue to evolve in modern times, from graphic novels to video games, where it serves as the ultimate antagonist. In these narratives, the beast becomes a powerful metaphor for the challenges we face in our own lives, looming larger than life, ready to swallow us whole if we dare to venture too close. The tension remains, an ever-present reminder of the monster that lurks beneath the surface. With each artistic interpretation, the Kraken's legacy grows richer, more complex. Artists and writers breathe life into this creature, fueling the imagination and keeping the legend alive. The fear and thrill it brings resonate deeply within the human experience. It is a story of struggle, of facing the unknown, and of the bravery it takes to confront our own monsters. No matter how it is portrayed, whether as a terrifying beast or a misunderstood guardian, the Kraken continues to capture our hearts. It stands as a symbol of our fascination with the unknown, an embodiment of our most profound fears and desires, drawing us in with an irresistible pull that makes us want to uncover more. As the storm rages on and the waves crash against the hull, The kraken stirs beneath the surface, waiting for the next tale to be told. The wind howled through the narrow streets of old Ireland, a mournful sound that sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Beneath the pale glow of the moon, shadows danced like lost souls, whispering tales of grief. Somewhere in the distance, the haunting wail of a banshee echoed, a sound that struck fear and sorrow into the hearts of anyone who had experienced its chilling call. This was not just an eerie legend. It was a tradition rooted deeply in the fabric of the society that revered and feared the spectral women who foretold death. The banshee, with her long flowing hair clad in tattered white robes, was often depicted as a figure of beauty and despair. Her cries, piercing and filled with a heartbreaking intensity, resonated with the weight of untold stories. To hear her lament was to know that loss was imminent. It was a grim reminder that life was transient, an echo of the inevitable. Within every villager's heart, there lay an understanding of her purpose. She was not merely a harbinger of doom, but a symbol of the emotional echoes that death left behind. In the past, communities would gather when a banshee was heard. Candles flickered in windows, and hushed conversations filled the air as families prepared for the grief that was sure to come. The sound of her wail would pull at the heartstrings, a reminder that death was not an end, but a continuation of the emotional story that bound families together. If a loved one fell ill, the sound would create a palpable tension, a fearful anticipation of the sorrow that would soon sweep through the household like a dark fog. In ancient Celtic beliefs, the banshee represented more than just a warning. She was thought to be the spirit of a woman who had lived and loved deeply. This connection to the past gave her cries a haunting beauty. Each wail was a reminder of the bonds that could never be broken, even by death. It was said that her lament was woven with the threads of memories, joyful, bittersweet, and painful. For those left behind, the banshee's song would resonate long after the final breath was taken, an emotional echo reverberating through the chambers of their hearts. As the years rolled on, the figure of the banshee morphed into a lens through which society examined its collective grief. In times of war and strife, her presence became more pronounced. The wails that filled the air were not just cries of individual sorrow, but the cries of a nation mourning its losses. Villages torn apart by conflict would speak in hushed tones of the banshee, whose lament seemed to mirror their pain. Families would gather around the fire, recounting tales of loved ones lost, sharing the emotional weight of their absence. The Irish diaspora carried the legend of the banshee across oceans and continents. In the bustling streets of New York and the rolling hills of Australia, her cries could be felt in the hearts of those who longed for home. The wails transformed, adapting to new surroundings but retaining their essence. Across the globe, the banshee became a universal symbol of grief, resonating with anyone who had felt the sting of loss. In every culture, echoes of her cries could be heard, and each heart resonated with the truth of the human experience. On a stormy night in 1920, in a small Irish town, the banshee's wail rose above the sound of thunder, carrying with it the weight of 1,000 lifetimes. It was a night filled with heartache, as the community gathered at the local pub, their faces pale with dread. A beloved elder, the keeper of their stories, lay sick. The air was thick with tension, every eye cast towards the door, waiting for news. As the wail filled the room, a collective gasp echoed through the building. The sound was like glass shattering, beautiful yet devastating. Tears streamed down faces, and hearts sank as they braced for the inevitable. In that moment, the power of the banshee's song became clear. It was not just about the sorrowful farewell, but a celebration of life and love. Her cries reminded them that the bonds formed in life were not easily severed, that the echoes of love would resound long after a person was gone. As they gathered together, sharing stories and laughter through their tears, they realized that the banshee was not their enemy, but rather a guide through their sorrow. She was a reminder to cherish each moment, to hold close those they loved fiercely, for life was fleeting and grief was a shared experience. In the following weeks, as the community mourned, the sound of the banshee lingered in the air, weaving through the fabric of their lives like a ghostly thread. Every gust of wind carried memories, and every shadow held a story. The echoes of death resonated deeply within them, binding them as they navigated their grief together. The banshee's presence transformed into an emotional anchor, reminding them that even in their darkest moments, they were not alone. The cries of the banshee, intertwined with the narratives of loss, became a part of the community's identity. Each wail was a shared experience, a connection that transcended time and space. The emotional echoes of death manifested in their songs, their stories, and their traditions, creating a tapestry of remembrance that would be passed down to generations. The banshee, once a figure of fear, evolved into a symbol of resilience, a testament to the strength found in vulnerability. And as the village continued to evolve, the legend of the banshee thrived, forever intertwined with the emotional cadence of life and death. Each new tale added layers to her story, feeding the collective consciousness of the community. Her wails became a reminder that while death was inevitable, the love and memories shared would form a legacy that would echo through time, each heartbeat resonating with the whispers of those who had come before. The banshee would forever be the keeper of those echoes, ensuring that no one would ever truly be gone, for the emotional resonance of love would live on, unbroken and eternal. A fierce wind whipped through the valley, carrying the echoes of clashing steel and the distant cries of warriors. The air was thick with tension, the kind that prickled the skin and sent shivers down the spine. Amidst this chaos, a shadow loomed large, soaring overhead with a grace that belied its power. It was the griffin, a majestic creature born from the imagination of ancient peoples, a fierce protector that stood sentinel over the battlefield, its wings spanning wide, casting an ominous shadow upon the ground below. Legends spoke of the griffin as a guardian of treasures and a fierce defender of the weak. It was a creature with the body of a lion and the head and wings of an eagle, symbolizing strength and wisdom. As warriors prepared to face their enemies, they often looked to the skies, hoping for a glimpse of this mythical beast, believing that its presence would guarantee victory and protect them from harm. The griffin was more than a creature of myth. It was a beacon of hope, an emblem of power, and a reminder that they were not alone in their struggles. In ancient Persia, the griffin was heralded in the writings of the great poets and historians. It was said that the Persian kings, donning armor adorned with the image of the griffin, marched into battle with their heads held high, inspired by the fierce spirit of the creature. The griffin, they believed, watched over them, guiding their swords and arrows, ensuring that justice prevailed. The sight of a griffin emblem on a soldier's shield struck fear into the hearts of their foes, for it was a symbol of divine protection and an assurance that victory was at hand. The sun was setting, casting an orange hue across the sky as the soldiers gathered at the edge of a vast battlefield where the fate of empires hung in the balance. The clang of metal echoed as warriors tightened their grips on their swords, each man silently offering a prayer to the griffin soaring above. They could almost feel its presence, the weight of its wings a comforting reminder that bravery was not theirs alone to bear. As the battle cry rang out, the griffin swooped down, its sharp eyes scanning the horizon for danger, its roar mingling with the cries of men, becoming a rallying cry of hope. In the distant lands of Greece, tales of the griffin intertwined with the heroic epics sung by bards around crackling fires. The griffin was said to nest near gold-rich mountains, fiercely guarding its treasures against all who would dare approach. These stories gave rise to a belief that anyone who claimed to possess the griffin's favor could command the loyalty of their troops and inspire unwavering courage in the face of overwhelming odds. Soldiers painted griffins on their armors and shields, believing that each stroke of the brush infused them with the creature's legendary might. The horror of war often revealed the fragility of life, yet the griffin stood as a symbol of resilience. The soldiers fought with a fervor that was palpable, their hearts racing as they charged forth. With each clash of swords, with each cry of agony, the griffin was there, soaring above, whispering promises of protection. As arrows rained down from the skies, the griffin's wings shielded them, a guardian in the skies, its fierce presence emboldening the weak and striking fear into the hearts of those who wished to do harm. In the vast tapestry of history, the griffin's role transcended mere symbolism. It became a rallying point, a talisman that connected men to the divine. In Rome, commanders would often invoke the griffin's name before battles, a ritual steeped in tradition and belief. As soldiers marched into the fray, they recalled stories of the griffin's valor, its unyielding spirit, forging a bond between the myth and the mortals who sought its favor. The clash of men became a dance with destiny, a testament to the courage that the griffin instilled in their hearts. And yet, the battlefield was a cruel master. As valor clashed with desperation, the griffin's protection was not without cost. Many warriors fell, their lives extinguished like flickering candles in a storm. They fought not just for glory or riches, but for the freedom of their families, their homes, their very existence. Each life taken was a reminder of the fierce reality they faced, and yet, even in the darkest moments, the griffin's spirit lingered. Its essence held them together, a tapestry of hope woven amidst despair. As the dust settled on the battlefield, the cries of the fallen echoed in the hearts of the living. The griffin had not abandoned them, but rather it had shown them the true meaning of sacrifice and courage. In the aftermath of battle, tales grew of soldiers who had felt the weight of the griffin's wings, who had experienced visions of the creature soaring over them, lending them strength when it seemed all was lost. The bond between man and myth was unbreakable, a thread that wove through time, carrying the stories forward into the realms of the unknown. The griffin lived on in their memories, becoming a guardian of stories passed from generation to generation. Each retelling was a candle lit in honor of the courage born on the battlefield, a reminder that even in the face of adversity, there was a flicker of hope ignited by the guardian's presence. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the last rays of light danced upon the earth, and in that moment, the warriors, and those who stood in their memory, felt the pulse of the griffin, a heartbeat that echoed through time, binding them together in the shared legacy of bravery and sacrifice. As night fell, warriors gathered around flickering fires, their faces illuminated by the flames as they recounted tales of the griffin's might. They spoke of battles won and lost, of friendships forged and sacrifices made. Each story was a thread woven into the fabric of their lives, echoing with the power of the griffin that had stood with them in the darkest of times. And as they shared their experiences, the stories grew, resonating in the souls of those who would come after, leaving an indelible mark on history, paving the way for the legends yet to unfold. Under the dim flicker of candlelight in a cluttered medieval workshop, a figure hunched over a scroll, his brow furrowed in concentration. The air was thick with the scent of herbs and the faint crackle of alchemical reactions bubbling in glass beakers. On the desk lay sketches of fantastical creatures, and among them, the majestic unicorn, its spiraled horn gleaming with ethereal light. This was not merely a fantasy. It was a symbol laden with meaning, resonating through the ages. The unicorn, with its singular horn said to possess miraculous healing powers, became a beacon of purity and grace in the alchemical tradition. Ancient texts whispered of its ability to neutralize poison, a divine antidote sought by philosophers and healers alike. Picture a noble knight, desperate to save his beloved from a mysterious ailment, scouring the wilds for a unicorn, believing in its power to restore life. The very essence of the unicorn pulsed with the promise of transformation, not just of the body, but of the soul itself. In the alchemical world, the unicorn stood as a potent emblem, representing the union of opposites, masculine and feminine, spirit and matter. The horn, a symbol of purity, was often associated with the philosopher's stone, the ultimate goal of every alchemist. It was said that to capture a unicorn was to unlock the secrets of the universe itself, a metaphorical key that could turn lead into gold and despair into enlightenment. Each brush stroke that captured its image was a prayer, a chant, a spell of hope against the shadows of ignorance and fear. As the candle flickered, its light danced across the walls, casting shadows that hinted at the darker aspects of this quest. In the 16th century, the fervor for capturing the unicorn's essence led to rampant deception. Some unscrupulous merchants sold unicorn horns, crafted from narwhal tusks and other mundane materials, calling them relics of magic. This fabricated hope only fed the desperation of those who sought truth and healing. The alchemist's heart raced, caught between the thrill of discovery and the sting of betrayal. Was the unicorn merely an illusion, a fleeting dream in a world drowning in reality? The historical tapestry of the unicorn was woven with threads of myth and reality. In ancient texts by Pliny the Elder, it was described as a creature of great power, elusive and untouchable. These accounts, filled with awe, shaped perceptions and ignited the imaginations of those who sought knowledge and enlightenment. This creature, often depicted galloping through pristine forests, a symbol of untamed beauty, became an ideal for the alchemist striving for spiritual ascension. The unicorn represented not just the quest for physical transformation, but the inner alchemy of the human spirit. Medieval bestiaries, filled with vivid illustrations and descriptions, painted the unicorn as a creature embodying Christ-like attributes, a symbol of divine grace. The alchemists, with their secretive practices, borrowed this imagery, infusing their work with a sense of sacredness. Each transmutation, each experiment, felt like a holy rite, echoing the transformation the unicorn represented. The line between science and spirituality blurred, creating a mystical landscape where the unicorn reigned supreme, haunting every whispered incantation and fervent prayer. In the Renaissance, the unicorn became a subject of fascination in art and literature, its symbolism evolving into a representation of the quest for enlightenment. Alchemical treatises featured illustrations of the unicorn alongside symbols of transformation, dragons, phoenixes, and celestial bodies, creating a rich tapestry that depicted a cosmic battle between chaos and order. The alchemist, much like the knight of legend, sought to conquer this chaos and emerge victorious, transformed into a master of nature's secrets. As the sun set over the horizon, casting a golden glow through the workshop window, whispers of the unicorn's power echoed in the minds of those who dared to believe. The alchemist, consumed by the magic of the moment, felt a surge of energy. In his heart, he understood that the unicorn was more than a mere beast. It was a reflection of human longing, a desire for purity in a world often tainted by greed and corruption. The quest for the unicorn mirrored the quest for the self, a relentless pursuit to uncover one's true essence beneath layers of doubt and fear. But the allure of the unicorn came with its own dangers. Many a seeker had lost their way, seduced by the dream of the unicorn's power, only to find themselves trapped in a cycle of obsession. The tale of the unicorn transformed into a cautionary narrative, reminding alchemists of the thin line between aspiration and folly. The heart raced, not just with the thrill of pursuit, but with the fear of what might be lost in the relentless chase for the unattainable. In the shadows of that workshop, the candle flickered lower, threatening to extinguish. Yet the alchemist pressed on, driven by a fire within. As he meticulously transcribed the tales of the unicorn, a sense of urgency enveloped him. Each stroke of his quill felt like a heartbeat, a pulse that echoed through time. The stories of those who sought the unicorn, their triumphs and failures, flooded his mind, blurring the lines between reality and myth. In that moment, the unicorn was not merely an image on the page. It became a living entity, a spirit guiding the seeker through the labyrinth of knowledge and belief. The alchemist felt the weight of history resting upon his shoulders, an unbroken chain of seekers and dreamers who had come before him, all bound by the same yearning for transformation. He could almost hear their whispered prayers, their hearts beating in rhythm with his own. The emotions surged, filling the room with palpable tension as he realized that the story of the unicorn was far from over. Outside, night fell, cloaking the world in darkness, but the light of the unicorn shone brightly in the alchemist's heart, an eternal flame urging him onward. The workshop, once just a space for experiments, transformed into a sacred ground where dreams took flight and the impossible became possible. Oh, the alchemist knew that the unicorn's legacy would continue to spark imaginations, ignite passions, and breathe life into the age-old quest for the ultimate truth. The dance between reality and myth continued, with the unicorn leading the way, its spirit alive in every whisper of the wind, every rustle of the leaves. A chilling wind whistled through the valleys, carrying the scent of smoke and ash. Beneath a blood-red sky, a massive shadow swept across the land, casting an eerie gloom that made the bravest hearts tremble. This was no ordinary storm. It was a dragon. Its scales shimmering like molten gold under the fading light. It circled high above, a watchful sentinel over a world teetering on the edge of chaos. For centuries, dragons have been not just creatures of fearsome power, but pivotal players in the stories of heroes, both their greatest foes and unexpected allies. In ancient myths, dragons were the embodiment of nature's fury and mystery, lurking in the depths of dark caves, guarding treasures and challenging the heroes who dared to confront them. The legends of Beowulf tell of Grendel, a monster born of darkness, but it is the dragon that brings the saga to its fiery climax. In the final act of bravery, Beowulf faces the dragon in a battle that transcends mere strength, weaving themes of sacrifice and mortality into the fabric of his heroism. It is this encounter that transforms him, marking the shift from youthful warrior to wise king, revealing the profound connection between the dragon and the hero's journey. In a distant land, tales of St. George and the dragon spread like wildfire. The dragon, a symbol of evil and fear, terrorizes the land, demanding tribute and instilling dread in the hearts of the villagers. The young knight, full of hope and courage, steps forward, sword in hand, ready to confront the beast. It is not only the dragon he fights, but the very darkness that resides in humanity. When he emerges victorious, it is not just a tale of valor. It is a message that even the mightiest of foes can be overcome with faith and bravery. Yet dragons are not merely antagonists. In countless stories, they serve as wise mentors or guardians, testing the mettle of heroes and guiding them through treacherous paths. The ancient Greeks spoke of a dragon that guarded the golden fleece, a prize sought after by Jason and his crew of Argonauts. This dragon, rather than an embodiment of evil, symbolizes the challenges and trials that one must face on the road to greatness. Jason's journey becomes a transformative quest, where the dragon's presence is both a challenge and an opportunity for growth, a chance to prove oneself worthy in the eyes of the gods. In the East, dragons carry a different weight. Chinese mythology presents them as benevolent creatures, representing strength, wisdom, and good fortune. They are not the beasts of nightmares, but the guardians of sacred waters, bestowing blessings upon those who honor them. The tales of the dragon kings who rule over the seas and storms illustrate the balance of power and respect between humans and nature. Here, a hero's journey intertwines with reverence for the dragon, showcasing the respect and understanding needed to forge a harmonious existence. Throughout these tales, the dragon becomes a mirror reflecting the inner struggles of the hero. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the hero's quest leads him to confront a terrifying dragon as a reflection of his own fears and insecurities. The dragon roars, echoing the doubts that whisper in Gilgamesh's mind. Each clash with the creature is not just a battle for survival, but also a confrontation with his own mortality, desires, and ultimate fate. The dragon, in all its ferocity, compels the hero to confront the very essence of what it means to be human. The emotional texture is rich, woven with threads of courage and despair. Imagine the hero standing at the precipice, heart pounding, as the dragon's eyes lock onto his. The air is thick with tension, a palpable mixture of fear and exhilaration. The pounding of wings, like drums of war, reverberates in the chest. In that moment, it's not just a fight for glory. It's a fight for the very soul of the hero, a test that will define him for eternity. And so the stories continue, a tapestry of encounters where dragons rise and fall, teaching lessons that resonate through time. Each hero faces their dragon, not merely to slay, but to understand the depths of their own fears and the strength that lies within. As the sun sets, casting long shadows, the dragon's silhouette becomes a haunting reminder of the trials yet to come. In every yard of history, the echo of wings beating against the sky can be heard. These mythical creatures symbolize the struggles that shape the very fabric of humanity. They remind us that every encounter, every battle, is a step toward understanding oneself. The dragons are both bane and boon, forever dancing along the precipice of legend and reality, their stories intertwining with the lives of those brave enough to rise against them. As the hero's quest unfolds and the dragon's roar reverberates, both become intertwined in an endless cycle of challenge and transformation. In their midst lies the heart of the hero's journey, where fear and courage dance in a delicate balance, drawing each character further into the depths of their destiny. The story does not end here. The flames of the dragon's breath illuminate the path ahead, beckoning the next chapter of adventure. The next hero ready to face the formidable and enchanting mystery that only a dragon can provide. In a time when shadows clung to the walls of ancient stone and whispers of legends echoed through the corridors of history, there existed a vast maze that twisted and turned like the very fates of those who dared enter. It was here that the Minotaur thrived, a creature born of both human and beast, a living nightmare that prowled the darkened paths of the labyrinth, waiting for its next unsuspecting victim. The Minotaur roamed within a monstrous structure crafted by the skilled hands of Daedalus, a figure of genius and madness, who designed not just a prison, but a puzzle that ensnared all who sought to conquer it. The labyrinth, with its endless corridors and dead ends, became a symbol of confusion, a physical manifestation of the struggles faced by humanity in understanding their own existence. Each turn and twist of the path seemed to mock the very notion of finding one's way, teasing with the promise of escape while leading deeper into despair. A chill ran down the spine of Theseus, the hero who dared to face the beast. Armed not only with a sword but with a heart full of courage and hope, he stepped into the maze, the weight of destiny heavy upon his shoulders. As he entered, the darkness enveloped him like a shroud, and the air grew thick with anticipation. Would he be the one to break the curse? Would he emerge victorious, or would he join the fallen within the labyrinth's grasp? With each step, Theseus felt the walls closing in, the echoes of the past whispering tales of those who had come before him, brave souls who had lost their way, their screams swallowed by the very stone that held them captive. He could almost hear the faint cries of the sacrifices made to appease the beast, reminders of the tragic fate that awaited him if he faltered. The thought sent shivers down his spine, yet he pressed on, his resolve unshaken. The Minotaur, a grotesque blend of man and bull, awaited him in the depths, a creature of fury and sorrow. Born of a cursed union between Pasiphae and a majestic bull, the Minotaur was not merely a monster, he was a reflection of humanity's darkest desires and fears. As Theseus navigated the maze, he could almost sense the beast's restless energy, a potent mixture of rage and loneliness reverberating through the stone walls. In the dim light, Theseus found a thread, a simple yet profound gift from Ariadne, the daughter of King Minos. This thread, delicate and strong, offered him a lifeline, a way to trace his steps back should he need to escape. The idea of the thread was hauntingly beautiful, a symbol of love and sacrifice amidst the chaos, yet it also carried the weight of an ominous choice. Would he be able to trust it? Would it truly lead him to safety? Or was it merely another trick of the labyrinth, a lure designed to ensnare him further? As he ventured deeper, the tension grew, a thick fog of impending doom settling around him. The walls seemed to pulse with life, resonating with the echo of his heartbeat. Every corner turned brought him closer to the Minotaur's lair, yet it also intensified the fear gnawing at his gut. He felt the creature's presence, a looming shadow in the corners of his vision, a reminder of the primal instinct that dictated life and death within the labyrinth. Suddenly, a low growl rumbled through the air, vibrating through the stones and rattling Theseus's bones. The sound was both terrifying and hypnotic, echoing the torment of the Minotaur, trapped in a cycle of violence and isolation. It was as if the beast hungered not just for flesh, but also for understanding, for a connection that had been ripped away by its own existence. In that moment, Theseus realized that the labyrinth was not just a prison for the Minotaur. It was a reflection of the confusion and chaos that dwelled within every soul. With resolve burning in his heart, Theseus readied his sword, the glint of steel a stark contrast against the darkness. He rounded a corner, every fiber of his being on high alert, and there it stood, the Minotaur, a mass of muscle and fury, its eyes burning with a wild intelligence. The hero knew that he was not just fighting a beast. He was confronting the very fears that plagued humanity. Their battle was fierce and primal, a clash of strength and willpower that echoed through the corridors of time. Each strike of Theseus's sword met the Minotaur's might, a dance of life and death that resonated with the struggles of existence itself. The creature roared, a sound filled with pain and rage, as though lamenting its fate. In that moment, the line between monster and man blurred, and Theseus felt the weight of the labyrinth's curse resting heavily on his shoulders. As the struggle reached its peak, Theseus's heart raced, not just from exertion but from the profound realization that perhaps the real battle lay not just in defeating the beast, but in understanding the labyrinthine nature of life itself. Each twist and turn, each obstacle faced, became a metaphor for the confusion that defined the human experience. The Minotaur was not simply an enemy to be vanquished. It was a part of a greater narrative, a reflection of the duality that lives within all beings. With one final thrust, he struck true, and the Minotaur fell, its body heavy against the stone floor, the fight leaving its eyes. But as Theseus stood over the fallen creature, he was no longer a conqueror. He was a witness to the tragedy of existence, a silent acknowledgement of the suffering that all beings faced, trapped in their own labyrinths of confusion and desire. The silence that fell was not one of victory, but of solemnity, a heavy understanding of the complexities of life that could not be untangled so easily. Theseus turned to find the thread that had guided him thus far, a fragile symbol of hope in the darkness, yet it now seemed frail in the shadow of his actions. The labyrinth had not simply been a test of strength. It was a mirror reflecting the deepest fears and desires of the human spirit. As the echoes of the Minotaur's last breath faded into the stone, Theseus began to navigate his way back, the weight of the labyrinth pressing upon him with each step. He felt the walls pulse with the memory of the battle, a reminder that even amidst triumph, the complexity of existence remained, a puzzle that could never be fully solved. In that moment, he understood that life itself is a labyrinth, where the paths twist and turn, and the true monsters often lie within. Each step he took echoed loudly in the silence, the thread guiding him home as he grappled with the bittersweet taste of victory. The labyrinth would always be there, a haunting reminder of the confusion that shaped humanity's journey, and as he ventured back toward the light, he was aware that the stories of the Minotaur and the Labyrinth would continue to resonate through time, a timeless tale of struggle, understanding, and the eternal search for meaning in a world rife with uncertainty. The sun dipped low on the horizon as the waves whispered secrets to the sand. The ocean shimmered like 1,000 diamonds. But beneath its surface there lay a darker allure, a world teeming with life, shrouded in mystery. The call of the sea was not mere water lapping against the shore. It was an invitation, a siren song resonating through the ages. Legends of sirens have echoed through time, haunting the dreams of sailors and igniting the fears of land dwellers. These enchanting beings, often depicted as beautiful maidens with the tails of fish, are not just fables spun from the fabric of imagination. They draw inspiration from the real-world creatures of the ocean, where beauty and danger intertwine like the currents of the tides. Take the haunting melody of the humpback whale, whose song reverberates through the dark depths. Each note, a haunting serenade that can stretch for miles, encapsulates the very essence of longing and sorrow. Sailors, captivated by the melody, could easily mistake it for the ethereal call of a siren, luring them into the embrace of the abyss. The plaintive wails of these leviathans mirror the stories of lost souls, echoing the tales of those who were swallowed by the sea, their stories fading into the endless blue. But it isn't just the wails that inspire. The figure of the siren can be traced back to the mesmerizing beauty of the sea turtle. With their graceful movements and serene expressions, these ancient creatures glide through the water, evoking a sense of calm. And yet, lurking amidst this tranquility is the threat of the shark, a predator that embodies both terror and awe. The contrast between the gentle glide of a turtle and the swift strike of a shark echoes the duality of the siren's nature, beauty that conceals a deadly truth. The sirens of old were said to reside on rocky shores, their voices rising like the foam of the waves. In ancient Greece, where these tales first took flight, sailors would speak of hearing the sweet songs of the sirens, begging them to abandon their ships and plunge into the depths. It was said that those who succumbed to the call would be lost forever. Their ships dashed upon the rocks while their spirits danced with the sirens in an eternal waltz beneath the waves. The stories were vivid, each telling steeped in tragedy, echoing the fate of those who ventured too close to the edge. Consider the elusive jellyfish, drifting through the sea like a ghostly specter. Its otherworldly glow captivates the eye, drawing in the unwary. The iridescent tentacles, beautiful yet deadly, mimic the entrancing lure of a siren's call. A touch of its stinging appendage can ensnare a prey, leaving them paralyzed, lost in a floating dream. Just as the sirens beckoned sailors to their doom, the jellyfish ensnares those who mistake its beauty for safety. Even the playful dolphin, with its sleek body and acrobatic leaps, can be seen as a real-world counterpart to the sirens. Known for their intelligence and playful nature, these mammals exude an energy that enchants all who witness them. Yet it is important to remember that dolphins are also fierce hunters, capable of executing complex strategies to capture their prey. The duality in their nature presents a thrilling contradiction, graceful companions that can turn the tide of the ocean within moments. On warm summer nights, the ocean's symphony of sounds swells with life. The gentle splash of fish, the rhythmic pulse of the waves, and the distant calls of seabirds. Each note tells a story. Some are joyful, while others carry the weight of sorrow. The haunting sound of the ocean's breeze rustling through the grasses on the shore could easily be mistaken for a siren's lament, a reminder that beauty often walks hand in hand with pain. The ancient Greeks weren't the only ones captivated by these enchanting figures. Cultures around the world have woven their tales of alluring sea creatures into the fabric of folklore. In the waters of the British Isles, the Selkie legends speak of seals who can shed their skins to become human. Their beauty is as ephemeral as the tides, and their stories are imbued with a longing for both land and sea. how many hearts have been lost to those who could never truly belong? As the sun sets and darkness blankets the ocean, the sounds transform. The soft lull of the waves gives way to a chorus of whispers, an otherworldly sound that resonates from the depths. The night is alive with the calls of unseen creatures, echoing the stories of those who have come before. What lies beneath the surface, lurking just out of reach, waits to be uncovered, calling to the brave. The sirens, whether real or imagined, beckon to those willing to listen. They remind humanity of the beauty and terror that the ocean embodies. Each wave carries with it a tale of love, loss, and longing, drawing people into its embrace. The murmur of the sea continues, an unfinished symphony of the souls who dared to venture too close. As the moonlight dances on the water, the call of the sirens stirs in the hearts of those who listen, weaving their own stories into the fabric of an ancient myth that never truly fades. And even as the night deepens, the legends live on, flowing through time like the currents of water that connect us all. A reminder that the sea, in all its power and beauty, remains a place of mystery, where the echoes of the sirens can still be heard, whispering their age-old song to a world that is always listening. In the flickering shadows of history, where empires rose and fell like waves against a craggy shore, the phoenix soared, a magnificent creature wrapped in flames and legend. With each beat of its wings it brought a whisper of renewal, a promise that from the ashes of despair, life could bloom anew. This tale isn't just a story of a bird. It's a tapestry woven with the threads of human experience, of loss and triumph, of despair and hope. The ancient Egyptians understood the phoenix well. In their sacred scrolls they spoke of a bird that lived for hundreds of years, only to rise in glory from its own ashes. The sun, god Ra, was often associated with this mythical creature, representing the eternal cycle of life and death. Each dawn, as the sun broke through the horizon, it brought forth the light of rebirth, shining upon the world and reminding the people that from darkness, light would always emerge. The Egyptians built magnificent temples adorned with images of the phoenix, a constant reminder that even in the most desolate times there existed a spark of hope. Centuries later, in the heart of Rome, the phoenix continued to weave its powerful narrative. As the Roman Empire expanded, so too did the tales of the phoenix, becoming a symbol of resilience in a world marked by strife. It was said that the bird would build a nest of aromatic spices and set itself ablaze, only to rise again from the flames. This cycle mirrored the fate of Rome itself. The empire, once a beacon of civilization, faced countless threats, barbarian invasions, political corruption, and economic despair. Yet, just as the phoenix rose anew, so did the city, time and again, reinventing itself through every trial, reminding its citizens that each ending could spark a new beginning. But the heart of the phoenix's tale beats strongest in the stories of ordinary people. Take, for instance, the townsfolk of Pompeii, a vibrant community frozen in time by the catastrophic eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD. In one tragic moment, their lives were extinguished, buried beneath layers of ash. Yet, as archaeologists dug through the centuries, they uncovered remnants of a bustling society, frescoes that still shimmered with color, terracotta pots filled with food, and even the footprints of those who lived and loved. From the ashes, the stories of Pompeii emerged, capturing the essence of human life, its joys and sorrows, echoing the timeless promise of the phoenix that from devastation, life would one day return. As time marched on, the metaphor of the phoenix flourished, igniting imaginations across cultures. The East embraced it, weaving it into the fabric of their stories. In China, the fenghuang, often likened to the phoenix, symbolized virtue and grace, representing the balance of yin and yang. It became a powerful emblem during the Qin dynasty, a time of unification and rebirth after years of fragmentation. The fenghuang's wings spread wide, a testament to the nation's hopes for peace and prosperity, echoing through the halls of history. Each emperor who sought the throne carried the weight of their predecessors' failures, yet clung to the possibility of a glorious resurgence, much like the majestic bird that inspired them. In the modern era, the phoenix continued to ignite flames of hope amidst the rubble of despair. The aftermath of World War II left Europe in ruins, cities shattered, lives forever altered. Yet, like the phoenix, the continent began to rebuild. Nations formed alliances, like the European Union, rising from the ashes of conflict to create a community grounded in peace and cooperation. The scars of war remained, but with every brick laid, every treaty signed, the spirit of resilience shone brightly, reminding the world that even the most fractured societies could find strength when united. And then there were the revolutions, the cries of the oppressed ringing through the air, demanding change. The French Revolution of 1789 erupted in a fiery passion for liberty and equality. The Bastille fell, and with it, a new spirit was born. The old order crumbled, and from the chaos, a new France emerged, rising like the phoenix from the ashes of tyranny. The echoes of that passion inspired revolutions elsewhere, from the Americas to the streets of Eastern Europe, where people stood bravely against the weight of oppression, believing in the promise that one could indeed rise anew. Yet the phoenix does not only signify grand historical events, it resonates deeply within the personal journeys of individuals. The young artist who faced rejection after rejection, their heart heavy with doubt, but who, after years of honing their craft, finally saw their work celebrated. The single mother, whose world collapsed at the loss of a job, yet rose with fierce determination to create a better life for her children. Each story of struggle and ultimate triumph sends ripples through time, reminding us that life, much like the phoenix, is filled with cycles of death and rebirth. In every corner of the world, the metaphor of the phoenix remains a beacon. It represents the enduring human spirit, the belief that after the darkest nights come the brightest mornings. Each challenge, each heart-wrenching loss, is but a prelude to a glorious resurrection. As history unfolds, the lessons of the phoenix echo on, weaving through the fabric of our existence, reminding us that we are all capable of rising, time and again, from the ashes of our past. And just as the flames flicker and dance, so too does the story continue, flowing into the next chapter of our shared humanity, a testament to the power of renewal and the indomitable will to rise. The full moon hung in the sky, gleaming and ominous, casting an eerie glow over the quiet village. Shadows danced along the cobblestone streets, whispering secrets of a time long past. Children who had once played under the sun now shivered in fear, their laughter replaced by hushed voices recounting tales of the beast that roamed the night. It was a familiar story that tugged at the edges of their innocence, the tragic legend of the werewolf. Long before Hollywood glamorized the creature, societies throughout history had wrestled with the notion of werewolves. In ancient Greece, men who were transformed by the wrath of the gods became the stuff of nightmares. The tale of Lycaon, who was turned into a wolf for serving a feast of human flesh to Zeus, offered a chilling glimpse into humanity's darkest fears. It spoke of punishment and the fragility of human nature, of how close one could teeter on the edge of savagery. As the moon rose higher, the village's residents locked their doors, the sound of iron bolts sliding into place breaking the silence like a gunshot. But for some, the allure of the unknown was too strong. Men gathered in dimly lit taverns, faces pale and eyes wide, their voices hushed as they exchanged stories of those who had vanished without a trace. Old Thomas, the gnarled village elder, leaned closer, his breath ghosting in the chill air. "It's not just the moon that brings out the beast," he warned, his voice trembling. "It's the darkness in our own hearts." The flickering candlelight illuminated the fear etched on their faces, fear that grew more palpable with each passing moment. They spoke of transformations, the madness that seeped into the soul like poison. The thought of becoming something other than human sent shivers down their spines. Was it truly possible to lose oneself to such an extent? To succumb to primal instincts and forsake everything they held dear? The tension in the room thickened, and as the clock struck midnight, a howl pierced the night, long and mournful. It echoed through the village, a sound so raw it sent goosebumps racing across the skin of the listeners. The tavern fell silent, breaths held in collective dread. What monster lurked beyond the safety of their walls? In the Middle Ages, the fear of werewolves reached a fever pitch. Trials were held, accusations flung with reckless abandon. Those who were different, outcasts, the poor, or those with a hint of wildness in their eyes, were often the targets. The infamous werewolf trials of the 16th century saw men and women tortured until they confessed to crimes they hadn't committed. Names like Peter Stump and Jacques Rollet became synonymous with horror, as they were condemned not just for their alleged transformations, but for the very essence of humanity they embodied. In every legend there was a flicker of truth. The primal fear of the unknown pushed these tales to the forefront of the human psyche. What if, beneath the skin and bone, there lingered a beast waiting to break free? The villagers could not help but wonder if a hint of the wolf resided in them all, clawing at the edges of civility, just waiting for the right moment to emerge. Outside, the night deepened. The wind howled like a chorus of lost souls. A figure moved through the shadows, cloaked in darkness and mystery. Was it a man or a beast? The villagers could not tell. He paused, his breath visible in the moonlight, and for a heartbeat, the world seemed to hold its breath. A glint of silver caught the moon's rays, a knife, perhaps, or a tool of transformation. He was the embodiment of their fears, a living nightmare that straddled the line between humanity and savagery. In moments of solitude, the villagers stared into the mirror, grappling with their own reflections. Were they still themselves? Or did the stories of the beast gnaw at their insides, like a wolf at the door? The werewolf was not merely a monster with fangs and fur, but a mirror reflecting the darkest corners of the human condition. Every rage felt, every betrayal endured, every whisper of greed. Could they too succumb to that primal force? As dawn broke, the village stirred, the sunlight chasing away the shadows of the night. But with every sunrise came the reminder that the darkness would return. The fear of the unknown lingered like a ghost, haunting their steps. Mother would warn her children, the stories of the werewolf woven into their bedtime tales, not to frighten them, but to remind them of the thin line between civilization and chaos, between man and beast. In the woods surrounding the village, the trees stood silent, witnesses to the unfolding saga of humanity itself. They watched as the villagers scurried about, their lives intertwined with the myth of the werewolf. With each passing generation, the fear morphed and adapted, reflecting the struggles of the time. During periods of plague, famine, or war, legends of werewolves would rise anew, intertwined with the despair and suffering that plagued the land. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the moon prepared to rise again, and with it the familiar dread settled into the hearts of the villagers. Would this be the night the beast would come? The night the monster within them would awaken? The tension was a living thing, thick enough to slice through as stories spiraled into shared fears, and the line between myth and reality blurred like the edges of a dream. The world outside continued its dance of light and dark, ever shifting, yet the villagers remained trapped in their own loop of fear and fascination. Each howl in the night reverberated through their souls, a reminder that within every human heart lies a flicker of the wild, a whisper of the unknown. And with each passing moment, the question lingered. Who among them would truly embrace the beast? The sea roars like a living beast, its waves crashing with a fury that stirs the depths of ancient mariners' fears. Beneath the surface, a shadow moves, a colossal, unseen power that has haunted sailors' tales for centuries. This is no mere myth. This is the Kraken, a legendary creature whose very existence ignites the imagination and stirs the pulse with a thrill of terror and wonder. Long ago, sailors returning from distant shores spoke in hushed voices about their encounters with this behemoth of the ocean, a creature so grand it could pull ships down into the dark abyss. These stories, once dismissed as fanciful tales spun from the minds of frightened seamen, began to gain traction as the realms of science and mystery intertwined. As scientists turned their gaze towards the ocean, a world teeming with life and secrets, the Kraken transformed from mere legend into a point of fascination. The Kraken's name reverberates through history, echoing in the annals of seafaring folklore. Some imagined it as a gigantic octopus, its tentacles stretching out to ensnare unwary sailors. Others pictured it as a monstrous squid, its immense eyes gleaming with an otherworldly intelligence. The truth is more complicated and deeply intriguing. The Kraken is not a single species, but rather an amalgamation of stories inspired by the real giants of the cephalopod family, creatures that dwell in the twilight of the ocean. Long before scientists began to catalog the complexities of these mysterious beings, tales of giant squids haunted the coasts of Norway and Iceland. The first documented sighting of a giant squid came in the early 19th century, yet it wasn't until the late 1800s that the enigmatic creatures began to emerge from the shadows of myth. A fisherman off the coast of Newfoundland once reported a sighting of a squid with arms stretching over 50 feet long, its body a mass of undulating power. As stories of these titanic creatures circulated, so too did the excitement of researchers eager to study them. The scientific community, however, faced a daunting challenge. The ocean is a vast, dark expanse, home to mysteries that defy understanding. Many believed that these creatures were merely the stuff of nightmares, a figment of the imagination blown out of proportion by fear and superstition. The prevailing view was one of skepticism, but as reports continued to surface, the intrigue grew. What lurked beneath those waves? In 2004, the world held its breath as a team of researchers from Japan made a groundbreaking discovery. They managed to film a giant squid in its natural habitat for the first time. The footage revealed a creature like no other, its body pulsating with an eerie beauty, eyes as large as dinner plates, and tentacles that seemed to dance in the water. This singular moment shattered the veil of skepticism that had long surrounded these magnificent beings. Suddenly, the Kraken became more than just a tale. It was a real entity, a living testament to the ocean's unfathomable depths. The giant squid, known scientifically as Architeuthis dux, is a marvel of evolution. Equipped with unique adaptations such as bioluminescent lures and ink sacs for evading predators, it is a master of survival in the dark, tumultuous waters. This creature can reach lengths of over 40 feet with eyes that can detect the faintest flicker of light in the deep sea. Imagine the thrill of witnessing one of these magnificent beings in the wild, a moment that would evoke awe and trepidation all at once. Yet, while excitement filled the scientific community, it also sparked an insatiable curiosity about what other giants of the sea remained hidden from view. Could there be even larger, more fearsome creatures lurking in the uncharted territories of the ocean? The question clung like mist in the air, a tantalizing hint of the mysteries still waiting to be unraveled. As scientists pushed deeper into the ocean's reaches, they unveiled another enigmatic figure, the colossal squid. This creature, known as Mesonychoteuthis dolphini, is believed to be even larger than its giant counterpart, with estimates suggesting it could grow over 40 feet long. Its tentacles are lined with sharp hooks, making it a formidable predator. The mere thought of such a creature with its monstrous form and predatory prowess sends chills racing down the spine. With each discovery, the line between myth and reality blurred further. The Kraken, once merely a ghost of sailors' fears, transformed into a symbol of the ocean's vastness and power. Some researchers began to wonder, could these encounters with giant cephalopods explain the many tales of ships disappearing into the depths? Was the Kraken more than just an ancient legend, but a reflection of the primal fear of the unknown that has haunted humanity since time immemorial? As the stories grew, so did the emotional connection to these creatures. More than mere beasts of the sea, they became emblems of the struggle between man and nature, a reminder of the ocean's wild spirit and the depths of the human psyche. Each tentacle, each eye, spoke to the fears and dreams of those who dared to explore the ocean's mysteries. The Kraken was not just a monster, it was a part of a much larger narrative, a story woven into the fabric of human history. The narrative spiraled further into the depths as more researchers set out on daring expeditions, armed with cutting-edge technology and a fierce determination to uncover the secrets of giant cephalopods. Underwater drones equipped with cameras began to capture breathtaking footage of these graceful yet terrifying leviathans. Each encounter ignited a new wave of questions. What else lay beneath the surface? What other secrets of the deep remained untouched, waiting to be revealed? The thrill of discovery danced along the shores of oceanography, blending the scientific with the fantastical. As the stories of the Kraken and its kin grew, so did the fascination with what it meant to confront such a creature. It was an exploration of fear, a human connection to the vast unknown. The ocean, with its boundless horizons and secrets, became a mirror reflecting the deepest parts of the human spirit, a space where curiosity mingled with dread, hope intertwined with the allure of the void. And so, the story of the Kraken and the science of giant cephalopods continued to unfold, each new revelation building upon the last. The ocean, alive with possibility, beckoned forth those willing to brave its depths. The whispers of the Kraken still lingered, waiting to reveal its next chapter. What awaited beneath the waves, hidden in the shadows of the ocean's embrace? The answer lay in the uncharted waters, where the line between reality and myth would forever remain tantalizingly blurred. The wind whipped through the ancient trees, howling like a mournful spirit, sending chills up the spines of those who dared to tread the shadowy paths of the Irish countryside. Folklore whispered among the leaves, weaving tales of a ghostly figure cloaked in sorrow. She was the Banshee, whose wails echoed through the hills, heralding not just death, but a profound connection to the past, a bridge between the living and the lost. Legends tell of the Banshee appearing to families of ancient lineage, her long hair flowing like the river that wound through the valleys, her eyes filled with an otherworldly sadness. They say she appears at twilight, the sky painted with hues of orange and purple, a foreboding omen wrapped in beauty. For centuries, the Banshee has been both feared and revered, a harbinger of doom, but also a guardian of memory. To hear her cry was to be touched by the weight of ancestry, a reminder of those who once walked among the living, now merely whispers in the wind. In the dim glow of a flickering candle, an old woman sat by the fire, her gnarled fingers tracing the edges of a weathered photograph. The faces of her ancestors stared back at her, eyes filled with stories untold. "They say she comes for us," the woman murmured to her granddaughter, who sat wide-eyed, absorbing every word. "When we hear the wail, we must remember, our blood speaks through her voice. She is not just a warning, but a call to honor what has been." Outside, the wind picked up, carrying with it a high-pitched cry, piercing the stillness of the night. The girl's heart raced as she glanced toward the window, the glass rattling under the force of the tempest. "Is it her?" the child whispered, fear lacing her voice. The grandmother nodded solemnly, her own heart heavy with the weight of loss. The Banshee's cries were not to be ignored. They were the lament of every soul who had ever wandered this earth, their stories tangled in the fabric of their family's history. In the villages, tales of the Banshee flowed through the air like a haunting melody. Men gathered by the pub, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns, recounting their own encounters, each story more chilling than the last. One man spoke of a time when he was awoken in the dead of night by the sound of weeping. He had rushed to the window, only to see a woman in white, her silhouette stark against the moonlight. "I knew her name was spoken," he said, a tremor in his voice. "She wished to warn me of my brother's fate. I couldn't save him, but I'll never forget her cry." These encounters were not mere fabrications of drunken minds. They were etched in the hearts of the people, intertwining with the essence of who they were. The banshee, with her mournful song, had become a symbol of remembrance, a figure that reminded them of their roots and the inevitability of loss. Each wail was a thread that connected generations, binding them together in a tapestry of grief and love. As the night dragged on, the storm outside grew fiercer, and shadows flickered across the walls. The girl clutched her grandmother's hand, feeling the warmth of her presence against the chill creeping in. "Tell me again about her," she pleaded, her voice barely a whisper. The old woman smiled softly, her eyes glistening with memories. "She is part of us, my dear. Every time we cry for those we've lost, she sings with us. Her voice carries our pain, reminding others to honor their own." Just then, a loud crash echoed outside, causing the girl to jump. The wind howled once more as if the banshee herself was mourning along with them, her voice rising and falling like the waves crashing against the shore. The girl closed her eyes, trying to picture the ghostly figure in the storm, her heart racing with both fear and fascination. How could a being so tied to sorrow also bring a sense of connection, of belonging? In the distance, a young man stood shivering under a street lamp, his breath visible in the cold air. He had heard the stories but had never believed until that moment. As he listened to the night, the eerie wail of the banshee clawed at his soul, awakening a deep-seated fear. He thought of his family, the losses that had shaped him, and the darkness that often threatened to engulf him. "Is this my fate?" he whispered into the night, hoping for a sign, a reassurance that he was not alone. The cries of the banshee grew louder, wrapping around him like an embrace. Suddenly, he felt a presence, a warm glow in the depths of his heart. Was it her? He turned, half expecting to see her there, the embodiment of his fears. Yet all he found was the flickering light of the street lamp, illuminating the path ahead. The call of the banshee was not just a fearsome warning. It was a reminder that the past never truly leaves us. It echoes in our actions, in our love, and in our grief. Back in the cottage, the grandmother finished her tale, her voice filled with a mixture of sadness and joy. "We carry them with us, you see. Each of us has our own banshee, a voice of the past that tells our story." The girl pondered this, feeling the weight of her lineage, the lives that intertwined to make her who she was. Just outside, the storm raged on, the banshee's cries swirling in the wind, beckoning, whispering secrets of the ages, reminding them all that even in sorrow there was a thread of connection that bound them to the past and to one another. The night was far from over, and the song of the banshee would linger, echoing through the ages. Amidst the echo of time, a chilling breeze stirred the air, carrying whispers of lost civilizations. A small, sunlit chamber housed treasures that had laid dormant for centuries, each artifact a silent testament to the lives that once thrived in vibrant cultures. Dust motes danced in the light, illuminating the intricate carvings on artifacts that had outlived their creators, their stories begging to be heard. It was here that the griffin artifacts emerged, remnants of a world pulsating with life, struggle, and artistry. The first artifact caught the eye, a finely crafted ceramic pot, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to tell tales of ancient rituals. Each curve and line drew in the observer, sparking a connection that transcended time. What meals had been served from this vessel? What laughter and tears mingled in its shadows? As fingers brushed the cool surface, a shiver ran down the spine, as if the pot itself held a heartbeat, waiting for someone to listen. Nearby lay a collection of tools, each one a small yet significant piece of the puzzle. Stone blades, meticulously chiseled, glimmered with an edge of sharpness that had long since dulled. The weight of history pressed against the heart, imagining the hands that had wielded these tools. They were not just instruments, but extensions of the very beings who crafted them, a bridge to their daily routines and struggles. What were their hopes and fears? In that moment, the air thickened with emotion, a longing to connect with those who had walked the earth and faced their own battles. A sudden gleam caught attention, a golden pendant, intricately shaped like a griffin itself, a creature of myth and mystery. It sparkled with a light that seemed to flicker like the flames of a long-gone hearth. This was not merely jewelry. It was a symbol of power and protection, perhaps worn by a leader who commanded respect and fear. The sentiment of reverence hung heavily, as if the artifact still held the essence of its former wearer. One could almost hear the clash of swords and the rallying cries of warriors, a vibrant past teeming with life swirling around the pendant like a protective aura. Next, the room held a weathered tapestry, its colors faded but still rich with emotional resonance. Images of people dancing, hunting, and gathering were woven into the fabric, a snapshot of community, celebration, and perhaps even desperation. The threads seemed to pulse with the lives they depicted, and for a fleeting moment the echoes of laughter and tears rose from the fibers. It was more than a mere decoration. It was a history of shared experiences, a reminder that each heartbeat and every breath had meaning. The artifacts also spoke of spirituality, small hand-carved figurines of deities and spirits represented in wood, stone, and clay. Their faces were serene, yet each bore the weight of human anxiety and hope. The figurines stood as guardians over homes and families, emblems of faith and protection. Before them, the air felt thick with unspoken prayers and earnest wishes whispered into the winds. One could almost feel the warmth of flickering candles casting shadows on the walls, the soft murmur of supplication curling gently like smoke. A fragment of bone, worn smooth by time, lay nestled in a corner, an object not typically celebrated, yet it spoke of life and death, of rituals surrounding the preciousness of existence. This small remnant held stories of loss and remembrance, a reminder that with every ending there were echoes of love and celebration. The air felt heavy, a mix of sorrow and joy, intertwining like the roots of ancient trees. Amongst the artifacts, a rugged woven basket rested on the floor, sturdy yet delicate at the same time. It bore traces of a life spent gathering, carrying not just food and goods, but stories and traditions. What hands had shaped it? Whose laughter had been shared over its contents? As one reached out to touch its fibers, the spirit of community filled the air. One could almost hear the calls of children playing nearby, the song of families united in daily life. Moving deeper into the collection, a stone tablet etched with indecipherable symbols captured the imagination. Scholars had puzzled over it for generations, but its true meaning remained elusive. It was a reminder of how much remained hidden, the stories waiting to be told. The weight of unanswered questions hung heavily, igniting a fierce desire to understand the thoughts and beliefs of long-gone ancestors. The tablet was a doorway into the unknown, its secrets begging to be unraveled, even as the mind raced with possibilities. And just as the emotions reached a crescendo, the shadows began to shift, darkening the edges of the chamber. An ancient scroll, unfurled and worn, beckoned with promises of knowledge and wisdom. It contained insights about agricultural practices, family structures, and the cycles of nature that these ancient peoples had revered. The thrill of uncovering their wisdom sent a wave of goosebumps crashing over the skin, a sense of urgency filling the air as if the scroll were alive with the heartbeat of its authors. Then a sudden chill swept through the room, causing the hairs on the back of the neck to rise. A faint sound echoed, a whisper perhaps, or was it merely the wind? The artifacts seemed to pulse with energy, as if they were holders of memories, waiting to reveal their truths to those who dared to listen. Each object, each fragment, wove together a tapestry of existence, a vibrant and chaotic landscape of human experience that was as raw and real as the emotions flowing through the observer's heart. The tension in the air built with every moment, each heartbeat echoing the urgency to connect, to feel, to understand. The griffin artifacts were more than mere remnants of the past. They were vessels of emotion, encapsulating the essence of what it meant to be human. As the shadows danced and the stories of the ancients swirled, the room vibrated with a sense of anticipation. All that lay ahead was an invitation, a beckoning to continue piecing together the mosaic of history, where the past and present intertwined, leaving a lingering promise of discovery just beyond the horizon. In a time long past, when the world was still fresh with wonder, tales of mythical creatures danced on the lips of storytellers and flickered in the shadows of candlelit halls. Among these enchanting beings was the unicorn, a symbol of purity, grace, and the unreachable. Its horn was said to possess miraculous healing powers, and its presence was linked with untold beauty and truth. This creature, half horse, half enigma, captured the imaginations of countless artists throughout history, leaving behind whispers of their thoughts, feelings, and beliefs embedded in their work. In ancient Mesopotamia, small seals depicted a creature with a single spiraled horn, gazing calmly against a backdrop of trees and rivers. These seals were not just art. They were gateways to understanding a society that revered the natural world. The unicorn, however, was always elusive, a reminder that some things are meant to be felt rather than understood. The artisans who created these seals poured their hopes and dreams into each imprint, their hands shaping the clay as if calling forth the magic they believed the unicorn represented. As centuries turned, the unicorn began to evolve, blossoming in the minds of artists throughout Europe. The Middle Ages ushered in a new age of reverence for this beast, with tapestries and illuminated manuscripts weaving stories of chivalry and romance. A magnificent tapestry titled The Hunt of the Unicorn captivated viewers with its vibrant colors and intricate designs. Here, the unicorn is not merely a creature of fantasy but a symbol of Christ himself, representing purity and sacrifice. Each thread woven, each color chosen, spoke of a deep longing for redemption, a longing that traversed beyond the boundaries of time and belief. In this tapestry, the unicorn is portrayed as both hunted and hunter, a tension that rippled through the fabric of society. As knights chased the elusive beast through lush forests and serene glades, it mirrored the human quest for truth in a world filled with deceit. The emotions of the time poured out through the soft wool, drawing viewers into the story, igniting their imaginations. The tapestry hung in great halls, where people gathered, their voices hushed in awe, each thread a reminder that the unicorn was more than a creature. It was a reflection of their deepest desires and fears. As the Renaissance dawned, the unicorn leapt onto the canvases of great masters, each stroke of the brush capturing the essence of a changing world. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci infused their works with scientific curiosity, blending the mystical with the real. In one painting, a unicorn and a lady were entwined in a delicate dance, their connection a vivid portrayal of ideal love and virtue. This was no longer just a mythical creature, it became a vehicle for exploring human emotion, a bridge between dreams and reality. The shimmering horn of the unicorn became a metaphor for the beauty and fragility of life, an invitation to ponder the nature of existence itself. In the 17th century, the unicorn found its way into the works of Baroque artists, where the energy of the brushstrokes mirrored the intensity of the emotions they aimed to convey. Here, the unicorn became a subject of dramatic flair, often depicted in grandiose scenes filled with swirling clouds and vivid colors. The tension in the artwork reflected the tumultuous times, a world grappling with the clash of tradition and enlightenment. The unicorn now stood boldly, a symbol of hope amidst chaos, its horn gleaming against the backdrop of a world eager for change. As art moved into the 19th century, the unicorn took on a different hue. Romanticism colored the unicorn with emotion and reverie, a creature embodying the spirit of longing and the quest for the sublime. Artists like Gustave Moreau painted ethereal visions of the unicorn entwined with symbols of love and fate, offering viewers a glimpse into a world where fantasy and reality mingled seamlessly. The soft brushstrokes, the dreamlike quality of the images, awakened a sense of nostalgia and yearning, a reminder of the innocence that could be found in dreams. Each painting whispered secrets of a deeper truth, inviting the onlooker to lose themselves in the beauty of the moment. The 20th century brought a wave of modernity, and the unicorn began to shift once again. In surrealist works, it became a symbol of the subconscious, a creature that thrived in the realms of dreams and nightmares. Artists like Salvador Dalí infused their canvases with a wild, chaotic energy, where the unicorn roamed freely, a testament to the untamed spirit of imagination. The tension in these works crackled with energy, reflecting a society grappling with uncertainty and change. The unicorn in this context was a challenge, a call to embrace the unknown and to find beauty in chaos. In contemporary art, the unicorn has transformed into an emblem of individuality and expression. Urban artists spray paint vibrant murals that capture the spirit of freedom and rebellion. The unicorn gallops through city streets, its colors exploding against concrete canvases, a vivid reminder that hope can flourish in the most unexpected places. The creature symbolizes a yearning for acceptance and authenticity, resonating with a generation eager to break free from societal norms. Each stroke of paint vibrates with emotion, a celebration of diversity and the beauty of being different. Through centuries of artistic evolution, the unicorn has remained a powerful symbol, a thread weaving through the fabric of human experience. It has danced in the hands of artisans, inspired the brushstrokes of masters, and transformed into a vibrant voice of modernity. Each portrayal is a reflection of the age, capturing the hopes, fears, and dreams of those who dared to envision a world where the extraordinary could thrive. As each era embraced the unicorn, so did they embrace the very essence of humanity, the quest for truth, beauty, and connection in an ever-evolving narrative that knows no end. And so, the magic continues, spiraling into the next chapter, where stories intertwine and the spirit of the unicorn lives on, forever awaiting the artist's brush and the dreamer's heart. In a time long past, the flicker of a fire cast shadows that danced upon cave walls, telling stories of beasts that soared through the skies and creatures that lurked beneath the waves. These tales, stitched into the fabric of human history, still whisper in the corners of our minds today. Around the world, mythical creatures have emerged from dreams and nightmares, weaving themselves into the tapestry of cultures, reflecting our deepest fears and greatest hopes. Each creature, from the majestic dragon of the East to the enigmatic unicorn of the West, carries the weight of a civilization's ethos, painting a vivid portrait of the people who dreamed them into existence. The dragon, with its scales glistening like rubies and a roar that could shake mountains, symbolizes power and strength. In Chinese culture, it is revered as a harbinger of good fortune and prosperity. Emperors adorned themselves with dragon motifs, believing they were descendants of this divine creature, a lineage that granted them the right to rule. In contrast, the dragon of Western lore is often a menacing guardian of treasure, representing greed and the battle between man and nature. Meanwhile, the unicorn, often depicted as a gentle white horse with a spiral horn, embodies purity and grace. tales of this ethereal being remind us of simpler times, where innocence was paramount, and the world was brimming with magic. Ancient Greeks believed that unicorn horns, or alicorns, had the power to heal any ailment. Kings and queens commissioned elaborate tapestries showcasing these creatures, using them as symbols of their divine right and the hope for eternal beauty. Transitioning from ancient beliefs, one can find the blood-curdling echoes of the kraken, the monstrous cephalopod lurking in the dark depths of the ocean. Sailors spun tales of this gargantuan beast, capable of dragging entire ships into the abyss, reflecting humanity's innate fear of the unknown. It was a haunting reminder of the vastness of the sea, a reminder that not everything can be conquered, no matter how brave the heart. The kraken transformed into a symbol of nature's wrath, a creature that demanded respect, provoking admiration intertwined with terror. In Africa, the stories of the golden-haired chimera, a creature with the body of a lion and the head of a goat, reflect the complexity of life and the struggles inherent in survival. These legends spoke of the duality of existence, the harmony and chaos that coexist in nature. Cultures revered these beings, understanding that the line between the divine and the mundane is delicate, easily shattered by the clamor of ambition and greed. Then there are the enchanting fairies of Celtic folklore, shimmering figures that flit between worlds, embodying the idea of transformation. They were both benevolent and mischievous, capable of both granting wishes and casting curses. Their presence in stories served as a reminder that life is unpredictable, a dance between good fortune and mischief. The fairies taught lessons of humility and caution, whispering the importance of respecting the unseen forces of the universe. These mythical creatures are not just relics of a bygone era. They are alive in the hearts of people today. They inspire art, literature, and countless films, captivating the imagination of new generations. In modern media, dragons soar alongside heroes, while fairies flit across screens, their stories evolving yet rooted in the ancient past. This blend of history and contemporary storytelling keeps their legacies vibrant, a testament to the enduring power of myth. As humanity continues to grapple with the complexities of the modern world, the need for myth remains strong. In turbulent times, people find solace in stories that transcend the ordinary, allowing them to escape into worlds filled with wonder. They seek the warmth of a dragon's fire or the gentle touch of a unicorn's horn as they navigate through their challenges. The legacy of these creatures is etched in our psyche, a mirror reflecting our values, aspirations, and fears. Beneath this intricate web of tales lies a deeper truth, a longing for connection, understanding, and meaning. Every creature speaks to something primal within us, something that craves the extraordinary in the mundane. It is a reminder that even in a world driven by science and rationality, there exists a shadow of magic, a flicker of the fantastical that prompts us to believe. The narratives surrounding mythical creatures often mirror the struggles and triumphs of their creators. In ancient times, these stories were shared around fires, passed down through generations, instilling lessons about bravery, love, and the acceptance of the unknown. They served as cautionary tales, warning against hubris or highlighting the rewards of kindness. Through these reflections, societies crafted their identities, understanding themselves better through the lens of the extraordinary. Yet, as history unfolds, the lines between myth and reality continue to blur. The ecological crises we face today echo the tales of beasts that once roamed freely. Whispers of extinction loom like dark clouds, challenging us to protect the wonders of our world. The mythical creatures of yesteryear become symbols of what we stand to lose, urging a reckoning with our choices and the legacy we wish to leave behind. As we embrace the future, the stories of dragons, unicorns, and krakens pulse with renewed energy. They beckon a new generation of storytellers, artists, and dreamers to continue the narrative. A call not only to keep the myth alive, but to ensure that the lessons they carry resonate within our hearts. The legacy of these creatures, rich with cultural reflections, serves as a constant reminder of the beauty of imagination and the need for wonder in our lives. Thus, the tapestry of myths stretches onward, interweaving with the fabric of time. The past and future collide in a beautifully chaotic dance, each thread vibrant with the emotions of those who believe. The legacy of mythical creatures binds us, urging us to weave our own stories into the cosmos, where dreams and reality blur and magic is forever possible.